everyone through the media, internet, and just absorbing all the criticism that we can get. You know, tell us what you think about the music. If there's something you don't like about it, you know, let us know so we can always make improvements on our next project. So, and I also use the opportunity to really thank everyone, you know, for all the love, the support, and the criticisms of the last few years. You know, it really helps, and it's brought us to.
Toes.
It does.
It gets you to the very
it does,
top
absolutely.
Of your game.
Absolutely.
Well, what would you be doing in your leisure period?
Wow.
What are the things that tickle Daria Tolade's fancy?
Wow. I like to have good meals. I like to eat, you know, nice. You know, my wife is from Ekiti, so I enjoy pounded yam a lot. I also enjoy a lot of other local delicacies. I tried not ishiewu. I tried what's the other one called?
Which one is that one now?
They're going hand in hand.
Is it Nkwobi?
Nkwobi, yes. I love Nkwobi, by the way.
Okay.
That's such a great meal to have. It's very rich in in a lot of things. I love pepper soup, so that takes care of food. You know, I'm also a great sport fan. You know, so I like football. I play a nice number 9 when I get to play, and I'm also a great goalkeeper, if I may say so. I love playing basketball. That one I probably play more than any other sport. I love playing tennis. I love playing pool, snooker, call it what you may. In my yes, and I also enjoy driving. Funny enough, I like to drive around, and it keeps me relaxed and keeps my senses very sharpened as well. I like to travel a lot. I like to read. I'm very huge on social networking, so I'm always on the phone or on the laptop, you know, connecting with people, sending emails and whatnot. So the ultimate relaxation, though, is sleeping. I love to sleep whenever I can catch a few hours.
How many hours do you get of that?
If I'm lucky, I get 4 to 5 hours of sound sleep. If I'm lucky.
The business keeps you.
It keeps you. You know about it. You know about jet setting from Lagos to Kuala Lumpur. Tomorrow you're in Asia. Tomorrow you're in America, doing one thing or the other.
That's what makes you what you are.
Many times we've met at the airport. You're going this way, I'm going that way, and that's the way it is.
That's the way to keep the business going.
It is.
It bubbly.
It is the only way.
Let me thank you very much.
Thank you. So I should be thanking you. I should be thanking you for being such a shining light, a shining beacon to all of us. You know, not only us broadcasters or musicians, but just a general source of inspiration. You know, want to pray for you. You know, for long life, good health, and for Biscon International to take it to the moon. You know, let's broadcast on the moon, shall we?
It's starting point.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Daria Tolade. An interviewer's delight any day, and very, very knowledgeable. And now I see why he's breaking the ground as fast as possible. And I'm sure that this is just the beginning of his, life. He's going to travel even much more than we have now. This is the Biscon World Television. It's a 24-hour channel. There's news in it. There's sports in it. Just name it. Very shortly, we'll be having our sports with, of course, the master, Tony Eke. He says it the way nobody else says it. And because he never minds whose ox is God, he just goes to town and says it in his own very special way that you cannot, how do you put it now? There's a way to put it. Inimitable.
Inimitable.
Thank you, brother.
How you style your hair, worry about all the clothes you wear, worry about what the people care, worry about everything, worry about the kind of car you drive, worry about living that fancy life, worry about all the things to buy to make you beautiful. All these things don't matter. Ego make me love you more, girl. You need to learn to love who you you are. Baby, you're a star.
As for me, I like the way you are. I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are.
Baby girl, I worry about your attitude and all these crazy things you do, thinking you're no good for you, but you are good for me. Too big, too short, too slim, too tall. Baby, you cannot have it all. I wish that you would come to your senses. All these things don't matter. Ego make me love you more. Girl, you need to learn to love who you are. Baby, you're a star.
As for me, I like the way you are. I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are. I like the way you I like the way you are.
I like the way you are.
I like the way you are. This girl, I like the way you are.
I like the way you are.
This girl, I like the way you are. I like the way you are. I like the way you are.
I can do anything you want, babe.
This girl, I like the way you are.
I like the way you are. Soul music. I like the way you are.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging and unconventional.
My Lord spiritual, the head of the armed forces collectively represented here today, the Rear Admiral, our distinguished guest lecturer on this occasion, Admiral Francis Akman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, you must be wondering why India would take an interest in maritime domain awareness. India has one of the largest numbers of seafarers in the world. India is one of the largest fishing countries in the world. And India has an ocean named after India. So the Indian Ocean is there. So there are many reasons why you should be here today. So we thank you, Your Excellency. Let me just say that, you know, today it's an important day for us at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs. Our latest center, the Center for Ocean Governance and the Blue Economy, is coming on board, and I am happy to let you know that our good friend, Dr. Jamo, has been establishing institutional foundations for the maritime domain. He's doing this here today. Tomorrow he will be at the University of Lagos to also do a similar thing. It's the first outing of the institute, the center that they have at the University of Lagos. But here for us, our center would never have been thought of without your inspiration, your motivation, and your support. So let me make very public the fact that you have supported us all the way and that you continue to support us. Which all just goes to show that, you know, you cannot do anything on your own and you cannot do anything in isolation. We all are working together for the good of our country, and I believe that together with NEMASA, we would conquer the maritime domain, together with the Navy and the Armed Forces and all the guys that are represented there. But let me just say one or two things about the NIIA's latest landmarks and invite you to celebrate the occasion with us. I'm sure for those of us who were visiting us after a long time, you would have seen as you stepped into our premises, the General Leo Irabo Early Warning Systems Center. Now, this is the latest in the NIA's annals. We want to be part of the contribution to the collective solutions that the world has been looking for through bilateral and multilateral collaborations. We want to lay a foundation for preventing conflicts and problems and wars, preventing insecurity, and dealing with the kinds of issues that only think tanks like the NIA can do. So we approached the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Leo Irabo, a couple of months ago, and we sat down together with him, and what we have today is the Center for Early Warning Systems. Now, this center is going to be officially commissioned on the 25th of April, and on that day we will have at the NIA a coming together of the UN, the AU, the ECOWAS, and several national and global actors in this area. I'm also glad to let you know that the NIA now has a formidable desk on sports diplomacy. And our sports diplomacy desk has done so much to strengthen that soft variable of diplomacy that the world has always tended to overlook, but it's so critical. Not many people know what Cuba, what the United States, and many other countries have done with sports. And we are quite glad that we're in the forefront of pushing the agenda of sports and these frontiers in the field of diplomacy. Very soon we are also going to add science diplomacy to the things that we are doing at the Institute, because we believe that you cannot begin to talk of, you know, the revolutionary changes that we all have in mind when we speak about the IT solutions to the things that we are doing, and not have that as one of your instruments of diplomacy. So you will soon see science diplomacy on board here. I'm also glad to tell our brother, our partner, and our friend, Prince Adebayo, that there's a lot that we'll be doing together in the coming days. Let me also specially welcome Chief Umwe Chamberlain Obaseki, the Otaifo of Edoland, who is honoring us on this occasion. Now, you know, royalty is part of the maritime domain. And very soon we'll remind you that the beads that you are wearing have also come from the corals, which come from the sea. Now, for us, maritime matters are very important matters. We have struggled for the resources on land and over land. We've gone to the cyberspace, but we have all of us suddenly come back to the very realization that at the foundation of all of these resources actually would be the things buried in the oceans. And that's why people fear that if we are not careful, another world war, God forbid, might be precipitated by the kinds of conflicts that have come over control of navigable waters. You will find that here in Africa, the maritime sector is an integral part of a new scramble for Africa. Whether it's in the Gulf of Aden or you're looking at the Gulf of Guinea, wherever you turn to, you find that the whole world is now focused on Africa, and everyone wants to have a piece of the action. Here for us in the Gulf of Guinea, we have all kinds of friends, and we've had all kinds of problems. But the complexity of the maritime domain are things that we don't ordinarily think about. And that's why we thought that to launch this center, we must get fully into the fray and bring all of us together to thinking and reviewing and reflecting on issues of the maritime domain awareness. I'm sure that Admiral Akpan, a man that I have known for over 1 decade now, he's one of the, what is 1 decade? Over 2 decades actually. This is the man who intellectualizes the maritime domain. When he was our defense attaché in South Africa, he was leading, the Southern African countries to think about these issues of maritime domain awareness. And he led in several areas that he'll be telling us about today. Now, he has also written an important book, An Admiral's Compass. This is a book that puts together his several thoughts, on the complex issues of the maritime domain. And because he has served at the highest levels in Nigeria, in the military and in the diplomatic circles, he's the one who is able to link all of these issues to a security architecture. I'm not going to preempt his presentation today, but I'm going to say that we are very delighted to have a naval officer of the highest caliber, one of the brightest minds that Africa and Nigeria, that Africa has known, doing this for us. Well, the other day we were, for those of us who were there, we were welcoming the Right Honorable Boris Johnson, the former Prime Minister of England, and this same thing happened. Just to remind us that when we have thought of every other thing, the little things that count most, are things we still continue to have problems with. So it's my pleasure to welcome you all here and to tell you that the NIA will continue to count on your support in all areas as we come to you. Please remember that what the Prince is doing today, what NIMASA is doing today, what the Navy is doing, what the Presbyterian Church is doing, and what Admiral Akpan is doing, all of these things would not be possible if you don't support us. So welcome to the NIA and our brand new institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Don't show too much sympathy to me. That it was when I was to talk that things like this happen to me, and it's always a good sign. When I ran for election, that was when the server did not work. Yeah, so we are still here. But what we are doing is very important. You see, these little things remind us of the fact that things we can fix are the things that unfix us. I bet we will always overcome. Today's event is very important because to discuss our maritime world is to define our future. And I'm happy today that the Institute has taken upon itself to bring me back after about two months that I was here last, talking about diplomacy in general. And I'm also happy that NIMASA is here because that is the implementer, regulator of all our maritime wisdom as legislated. And I'm happy that I did some work when we were looking for a way to do the Cabotage Act. I wish Senator Ubak could make it, but he couldn't get the flight to come. So I'm happy that the maritime architecture we have now is a better pathway to where we should go if we are going towards the blue economy than what we had before. And I'm happy that His Lordship is here to guide us and to pray for us. I was many times a guest of the church in the course of my looking for power to help Nigerians. And since they say power comes from God, so we politicians started going to the church. You know, yeah. So I thank you, and I pray that God will give you many years to bring more people of righteousness in our community. And I thank the guest speaker, Admiral, for all the work you've done for the country. And I've always been friends of people who are FOC East. I don't know why. All my friends in the Navy were FOC East. So I will balance now by having somebody who was in the FOC West. So, and I thank the Navy for showing seriousness. The Navy is the most complete arm of the armed forces. The Navy is the most complete because you have to cover the air, even where you're at sea. You have to be very stable at sea, and you still have to have fighting men. And on many occasions, you have to do civilian duties, martial Navy work, martial Navy support, and also help us to train people who work in our martial Navy and give us a gateway to the blue economy that we're looking for. And I thank DG Nimasa for coming here personally. I know now government people are very serious. They are very concerned about their future. So they usually stay in Abuja. So for him to be here is a good thing. What I can say about today is that you will see that you have not wasted your time at all because the guest lecturer is a subject matter expert. He's also a passionate person and is a man of discipline, and you will see in the course of the work. Secondly, you will see that there are 5 reasons why this probably is the most important gathering in Nigeria today. One is that anywhere east of Porto Novo and west of Rio de Rey is where Nigeria needs to project its superpower potentials. We may not have a sea or a whole ocean, no matter what, like India, that has an Indian Ocean, but we are a very notable maritime power. And the amount of effort and investment, especially intellectual input, that we frame for ourselves to be able to be strong at sea will determine whether we will actually be regarded as a power. And if we do it so well, anywhere from the Casemans, just around Senegal, down to the fringes of the Gulf of Guinea, around Angola and thereabout, it's supposed to be areas where our second circle of maritime influence should be. And we need to make that major investment in the institutions that will help us. NIMASA is one of them, but the Navy, most importantly. And when I talk to my colleagues who are in politics, I always tell them that the strength of the country is best reflected in the strength of the Navy. And the Navy should not be placed in the subsidiary position in play today. We actually should have the strongest Navy that we can afford. And though we do business around the sea, and around the maritime assets that we have, but we should not subordinate the interest of the Navy. The Navy must take the lead. And I think that is what the government should do. Second is that our safety is also implicated. And safety of people, safety of your own goods being brought into Nigeria, safety of people and other assets you have at sea. And next to safety is the issue of security. We have a very long coastline, which we need to monitor. We have economic zones which we need to take good control of. You are familiar with all our struggles around Bakassi, and I think the fact that we went to the World Court to go and adjudicate that issue reflected the limit of what we did with our Navy. If we had used our Navy very well, nobody will even come here to talk about arbitrating anything. So I think that that is very important. Another thing that's also important is the fact that the sea is good for projection. You can project all your power, all your potentials at sea. And you also use the sea for recreation and for research and development, for oceanography study. So I think that we should pay attention. We are people who has pleased God Almighty to put near the most important junction in the sea, and we must not show any sign that we don't deserve our geostrategic location. Another thing I want us to talk about is that the Navy is not just by the border looking outside. The Navy is also our platform to conquer the mystery around the rivers that we have. You will see that in the past, up to Barrow, up to the middle of the country, we could navigate the Benue, we could navigate the Niger, we could navigate even what we used to call the Olokun River, which is now Ethiop River, one of the deepest inland waterways in the world. So we can triple our economy in this country if we manage our inland waterways. These are very important. Even in Lagos here, many of the people get stuck in traffic. They're actually getting stuck just next to where they could have used the water to travel around. So I want us to understand that it's not an arcane subject. It's not that the Institute is bored and they're looking for some esoteric subject to discuss. They're actually discussing everything that has to do with your welfare. If you look at everything that you do, in fact, most of us who are here will admit that many of the things we are wearing on our body, the food we are eating this morning, many of them came by sea. And it's very important. So I don't want to pretend to be a guest lecturer. I'm just the chairman of the occasion. But this is to justify to you that you have come to the right place. You may have come for other reasons, but you will leave here much grateful to God that you came here. Secondly, that you should pay a lot of attention. What we are doing here is important, and it will not end here. And I thank you for the attention.
I think as Nigerians, we have to understand the situation and the circumstances we do find ourselves into. Sometimes the technology do fail. Somebody may think, why is the generator? Well, it's one of those things, so we have to take it in good faith. We are in maritime domain awareness, so we have to understand what is surrounding the domain awareness. And this is part of the challenges that you can find even at sea when you are moving. No houses, nothing. You cannot see anything, nobody to come to your rescue. In this case, I had one of the staffs whispering that the NEPA official is not available, the generator is this and that, and it's the same thing when you are in the ship. So the maritime domain awareness also constitutes a lot of these kind of challenges. Let me start by appreciating the Vice Chancellor, my brother, and who works tirelessly every day to see how he can improve the well-being of Nigerians in every strata. He has been doing that for so many decades. The last time we were together, one of his classmates told me that he used to be one of the young guests in their own class at the University of Ibadan. And he was one of those youngest professors. So he continued to, explore that opportunity to use his useful age, because when you start early, you will correct your mistakes along the line. Those who start late, they may not have the opportunities. So because he started early, so he can do and do better, every day improving on what he has done. So I want to appreciate you, Pastor Sally, my brother. Prince Adewale, I think I've been meeting you, but this is the first time I'm meeting you closely. As the chairman, I would like to thank you and congratulate you for that. Usually, NIA used to take very careful care in terms of selecting who and who should be in their own domain when they are presenting papers. So that's why I don't joke. I have another assignment to do. I had to abandon that one and come to this place. I don't want, so that I cannot miss anything, especially when you are talking of the maritime domain awareness. So I don't want here. My royal father, Chamberlain, there's nothing we can do in maritime domain without the traditional leaders, because they know their own domain and they know what happened first. If you want to get real-time, on-time intelligence information on the happening at your coastal waters, get hold of our own traditional rulers. And that's why we are having problems, we are getting things wrong. Unless we begin to realize, bringing the stakeholders together and make sure that we don't relegate the communities, the coastal communities, then that is when we will get our own things right. I believe Rear Admiral Akpan will take that area with all seriousness and other things. We have India here. Nimasa, in dealing with non-kinetic operations, we do consider the National Seafarers Development Program, where we pick younger generations from the coastal communities that doesn't have the opportunity to go to school and send them to various institutions of learning abroad, especially India, Greece, UK. India is one of the largest countries that we do patronize in sending our own children. I think more than half of the total number of our Nigerian CPR's students, they are graduated in India. So I want to welcome you back. Other officers of the Nigerian Navy, men and women, distinguished guests, good afternoon. My task is simple. I was asked to give a keynote address on the maritime domain awareness. I will try my best to see what I can say as far as the issue of the maritime domain awareness is concerned, so that the audience who are not very familiar with the maritime domain can understand the concept of the maritime domain. Normally, sometimes back when we talk maritime domain, we consider mostly the issue of security. It's much more than that. And this is one of the key issues that the NIIA seek to achieve, to create awareness and to broaden the knowledge. That is why the creations of governance, in terms of ocean governance, in terms of their own curriculum. So I want to welcome you all and thank you very much. Let me start this discourse by a poster to the effect that there is a saying that if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve or manage it. I draw allusion to this question, to this quotation, in view of the fact that maritime domain is boundless and difficult to put a fine scope to. For boundaries of land, we can have an easy delineation. We can build walls and manage the ingress and exit. This, for one, makes insecurity on land somewhat easier to manage than that of the sea. Although the challenges in relation to the insecurity of land, that is demography, in fact, everyone in the maritime community should have long known and accepted the boundless openness and vulnerabilities of our many ports and coastal areas. This realization, therefore, should be trigger for a more poignant, proactive, and focused attention on what transpires in the maritime domain. back to SPOSA. While the General Court says if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve or manage it, a renowned economist and strategist, W. Edwards Deming, presented a narrative that it is costly myth to force that if it cannot be measured, it can be managed. In his words, he said, it is wrong to suppose that if you cannot measure it, you can manage it. A costly myth. One cannot agree any less with a strategist, because if you conclude that we cannot manage our coastal areas and maritime domain simply because it is open and borderless, then we have so much to lose in view of the fact that 95% of our trade and livelihood occurs and depend on these open and boundless waters. And I tend to agree with this statement because toward the end of 2020, we do experience an average attack in our territorial waters, maybe about 6 times in a week, average 1 in a day per vessel. Now today, we are celebrating over 1.5 years without attack, courtesy of the Nigerian Navy. Even though last week, the Gulf of Guinea broke that silence, far away, about close to 500 nautical miles away from Nigeria, we experienced another attack for the first time in the last 1.5 years. So that means truly, no matter what, no matter the issue of boundless maritime domain we have, there are men and women out there. When we are sleeping, when we are relaxing, when we are in the market, they sacrifice their life to make sure that they manage and police our own maritime domain. And that's what transpired, and that's what we are seeing now in Nigerian territorial water and beyond. That is the entire Gulf of Guinea. Today, the Gulf of Guinea is being removed as the most dangerous waters to trade, and we are also removed as part of those. I have been seeing right up, there is a difference between war risk insurance or the issue of dangers of our own waters. We are yet to get to the level where we can get out of war risk insurance. We are still making consultation with the international communities and the Lloyd's of London to make sure that Nigeria is being removed from that particular list. But what we are removed from, the risk aspect of it. That risk aspect of it concerns the trade between, or the contract between ship owner and the CPRs. If Nigeria is tagged as a high-risk area, the CPR, even if he signed agreement with the ship owner, he has the right to say, I'm not going to Nigeria. And irrespective of the contractual agreement, the ship owner cannot challenge the CPR. Secondly, if the CPR's salary is $10,000 US, if you are going to areas where it's being tagged as a high-risk area, it means you have to pay double. You have to pay him double as an incentive, irrespective of whatever challenges he pays and whatever insurance they are going to pay on his own behalf. So that has been removed also. This is reducing the cost of shipping and the cost of freight. So until when we get to that level, I just want to make this clearance because I have seen right up saying that we are out of war risk insurance. We are not yet out. We are at the risk, out of risk area, and we are no longer the most dangerous waters to trade in. Now, the foregoing background is simply to intimate you on how and why we should perceive the significance of maritime domain awareness in relation to achieving the effective security architecture in the African maritime space. But what exactly maritime domain awareness means? Maritime domain awareness, according to the International Maritime Organization, is the effective understanding of anything associated with the maritime domain that could impact security, safety, the economy, or the maritime environment itself. It is therefore incumbent on all African coastal nations, including Nigeria, subject of maritime domain awareness seriously, especially about matters of their national security, strategy, and economic development. One core and simplified way of appreciating maritime domain awareness is to state that the maritime domain awareness is the sharing of information and security, safety, responsibility among agencies, entities, and nations affected by the maritime domain. Infrastructure deficiencies have, while several countries have undertaken specific initiatives to develop thematic policies around the concept. You can live in your own house and you don't know your own neighbors. You don't know your own who does what is doing. You see your neighbors stockpiling arms. You are just watching a car park. You will see arms carried into his house. You know he's out for something. So you have to start planning. That is maritime domain. You must understand the infrastructures around your own maritime domain. What cargo are you carrying? Who is doing business with you? What type of ship? Is it tanker? Is it container? Is it bulk carrier? You must understand this concept, and that is all about the maritime domain. The purpose of maritime domain is to facilitate timely, accurate decision making that is related to the maritime activities, providing institutional awareness of the maritime operation to ensure they are safe and secure. This helps to reduce sea blindness and mitigate the various risks at sea, such as the unregulated and unreported fishing and activities like drug and weapon smuggling, human trafficking, terrorism, etc. These risks threaten the maritime ecosystem, resources, commercial, trade routes, and national boundaries. As a developing continent, it is imperative that we take a cue and minimize in this regard. The U.S. President Joe Biden in May 2022 announced the Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness, an initiative with the regional partners and allies to promote a free and open Pacific. The Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness intends to connect regional partners and allies with American technologies to provide greater maritime situational awareness in real time, on time. This is following the trend of every other previous administration in taking collaborative efforts to improve the security architecture within the maritime domain worldwide. For a country like Nigeria, a major player in the Gulf of Guinea, it is imperative to assert that the several agencies share a synchronized role in the attainment of the effective maritime domain awareness. These agencies include the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, the Nigerian Immigration Services, the Nigerian Customs Service, and several other stakeholders. These agencies and stakeholders are necessarily required to share information effectively among themselves based on statutory responsibilities to improve maritime security. You cannot achieve it all alone. Once there is an issue of security threat or safety, it affects everybody. So it's a matter of all. All those players must come together under one umbrella. That's why we created what we call Shared Gulf of Guinea. Not only Nigeria, but also all other players, because the water we have here in Nigeria, if you drop pure water, nothing obstructs it. It will move from here up to United States. It will continue to move. And that is the key issue on insecurity. If there is insecurity, we have been hearing insecurity in Somalia, in the Indian Oceans, and other things like that. Nigeria, we laugh. We thought that is their own business. Today is our turn, even though we achieve what so many countries cannot achieve within shortest possible time. For instance, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, by virtue of Section 22 of the NIMASA Act, bears, among others, duty of providing maritime security and to perform any other duty for ensuring maritime safety and security or do all matters incidental hereto. Section 22 of the NIMASA Act. The collaborative capacity of NIMASA is also statutorily enabled. The Section 23, subsection 10 of NIMASA Act stipulate that the existing powers under the Part 4, the agency may collaborate, request for all, and shall be entitled to assistance by other designated government agencies responsible for maintenance of security in the maritime zone. It is on the foregoing that NIMASA takes part of the role in galvanizing the action with other players in attainment of an effective maritime domain awareness. This can easily be seen in the setup of the Nigerian Industry Working Group, which includes Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Ministry of Transportation, Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Port Authority, the Marine Police, Interpol, the oil business and transportation industry, BIMCO, Intertanko, Intercargo, the Nigerian Ship Owners Association, the Nigerian Shippers Council, and the Nigerian Customs Service, among others. The objective of this working group is to accelerate efforts to tackle maritime threats by facilitating interaction between the stakeholders, pursuing the project through mutual collaboration, coordination, cooperation, and communication, and enhancing transparency between the government and the industry in addressing the shared goal and achieving the permanent prevention of insecurity and armed robbery in our own maritime domain. Another pivotal effort towards achieving an effective maritime domain awareness is the facilitation of the Deep Blue Project, which involves the C4I Center, which the Deep Blue Project itself is one of the country's total spectrum maritime security drive by the Nigerian Navy, anchored by 4 pillars: situational awareness, response capability, law enforcement, and local partnership and regional cooperation. The C4I Center, which is component of the project, is command, control, computer, and communication system, as well as intelligence, domain awareness for intelligence gathering. The C4I Center present operational headquarters of the project is an all-embracing strategy for the participation of the agencies in the Deep Blue Project. This is where the Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Army, and the Nigerian Air Force have collaborated to achieve the desired objective of the project without any issues in terms of either operations or relationship. For the first time, we are seeing all the stakeholders under one umbrella, including civilians. The Deep Blue Project is an all-encompassing with a lot of civilian mix. I used to call it rice and beans. You have military uniform, you have civilians cooperating together to ensure that we achieve the same goal for our dear nation. At the regional level, Nigeria has made effort in working with other African countries in achieving the effective maritime domain awareness, following the United Nations Security Council issuing 2 resolutions within the span of 2 years, urging the regional countries to urgently tackle the menace of maritime insecurity. Nigeria, alongside 24 other countries within ECOWAS, ECAS, and the Gulf of Guinea, came together to sign a joint declaration on the 25th of June 2013 in Yaoundé, Cameroon. The declaration, known as Yaoundé Architecture, was the regional member states to collaborate, fight piracy and other criminalities in our own waters. The Yaoundé Architecture for the Maritime Safety and Security laid the establishment of Interregional Coordination Center in Yaoundé, with each regional maritime security coordination center for West Africa in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and Regional Maritime Security Center in Central Africa in Pointe-Noire, Congo, respectively. The entire structure is for the information and intelligence sharing. The maritime domain awareness with strong support of the European Union in fulfillment of the 2013 declaration to further seek international collaboration. Nigeria with ICC Yaoundé International Coordinating Center engage with major international shipping industry and commodities group, Intertanko, Intercargo, as I mentioned earlier, to develop a framework known as Gulf of Guinea Maritime Collaboration Forum on Shared Awareness Deconfliction, that is Shared Gulf of Guinea, which was announced on the 26th of April 2021. The framework is multilateral initiative involving industry stakeholders and member countries in West and Central Africa. The Gulf of Guinea on the information sharing and incident reporting, cooperation at sea and deconfliction. The G7++ Prince Gulf of Guinea is another multilateral cooperation with regional countries on the maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the background of the maritime domain awareness, the definition, and what NIMASA's role in that. I believe the paper presenter, whom I know for over close to 30 years, will do justice on the operationality of this insecurity, and he has been a power player on land and at sea. While foregoing collaborative efforts take within Nigeria and Africa is to ensure attainment of an well-built maritime domain awareness, which can impact African maritime architecture, it is imperative to note there are still challenges in putting the efficient maritime domain awareness. And most notable of these challenges, reckoned by the Center of International Maritime Security, is the vastness of the maritime domain and regular activities thereon, which makes the attainment of holistic maritime domain awareness challenging the government entities, shippers, and practically all entities in Nigeria and Africa is to accordingly attain, if Nigeria and Africa is to accordingly attain holistic maritime domain awareness, there is need for a stronger collaboration, which we can hear how that collaboration will look like from the experience of the speaker, and commitment of funds in setting up the C4I centers, that is command and control centers, in more African countries to work collaboratively, more importantly, and in relation to the setting up of these centers in acquisition of maritime domain awareness technologies and artificial intelligence. The technology can help to protect national borders by identifying hidden risk and profiling vessels entering into various territorial waters. Bearing in mind all that has been done in terms of regional collaborations, I am confident that Africa is in the right direction in attaining a stronger maritime domain awareness. All that simply must be done is to maintain a sense of continuity and constant review of operations while improving technologies devices. There is also be more transparency among the nations, as Jesper and Dana recommended and see understanding the share model when they noted that achieving awareness will require that maritime activities and actors become more transparent and what is seen is properly understood, and that is visibility and understanding be shared as widely as possible among the members of the maritime community. I cannot agree any less with the preposition and also proceed to recommend same. I also strongly believe that it is wrong to suppose that if we cannot measure our maritime domain, should not be conclude that we cannot manage it. To hold otherwise, it will be very costly for our growing economy and progressive livelihood, and it is on this note that I encourage the stakeholders and national entities to exhibit more commitment in order to advance further winning the war against maritime insecurity while fortifying our own maritime architecture. Finally, I would like to sincerely thank and appreciate the Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and his team for finding it worthy to address issues that concerns our own maritime domain. This will continue to revolve into sustaining our own fragile security achievement recorded so far, which is being recognized worldwide. I want to thank you most sincerely once again, and thank you for listening, and wish you fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
I would have preferred that we started with a video clip. I don't know how Control can assist me with that. Control, can you start with the video clip for me after my introduction, please? Right Reverend and Dr. Mrs. Solomon Okoro, Admiral Ayo Lubode. Ayo Lubode is not just a naval officer of distinction. He loves what we are doing here, taking part in the academics of maritime security.
Nigeria's 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone is alive with maritime activity. But what looks innocent at first glance may actually camouflage illegal activity. Nigeria has acquired new strategic capabilities, becoming a regional maritime superpower, able to constantly monitor and track all EEZ events and identify the criminals that cost its economy billions of dollars a year. True maritime security means pinpointing the events that really matter within this huge area. That's why Nigeria chose Falcon-Eye. See how Falcon-Eye creates a unified maritime picture, detecting and analyzing illegal actions, alerting your personnel, and helping them take decisive action through interception. Here's an example of what Falcon-Eye can do. The Casper, a Liberian flagged tanker, has left Calabar en route to Lagos. This routine event is reported by the AIS automatic identification system. But Falcon-Eye sees beyond the obvious. Its constantly learning systems reveal that Casper has a history of suspicious activity. Falcon-Eye issues a system alert, flagging the vessel for further observation. 25 nautical miles south of Calabar, Casper stops AIS transmissions. Falcon-Eye's intelligence system reveals that Casper has repeatedly done this in the past. The system issues an alert. Falcon-Eye combines advanced coastal radars and unique over-the-horizon radars. It provides comprehensive coverage of all maritime events, even those taking place far beyond the horizon. Coastal command posts stream all data to naval headquarters. Meanwhile, coastal radar detects 2 unknown targets leaving the Port Harcourt Delta, potentially in the direction of the Casper. Falcon-Eye tracks the vessels. Its intelligence system matches their movement patterns with past events involving criminal activity. It projects a potential rendezvous with the Casper. Falcon-Eye declares a ship-to-ship encounter, assessing a 95% probability of illegal oil transfer. It's time for action. Falcon-Eye provides the command echelon with all the information for effective, responsible decision-making, including presidential-level authorization when required. Falcon-Eye dispatches multiple naval forces to stop the criminals. Falcon-Eye plots optimal interception routes, predicts time to target, and receives real-time imagery. Based on this timely input, the criminals have been caught in the act, sending future criminals a clear message about Nigeria's deterrent capability. Falcon-Eye designed and installed a comprehensive array of state-of-the-art technologies, enabling real-time detection and identification of suspicious targets, creating effective deterrence and causing a significant decline in illegal activity. Nigeria's Navy now carries out pinpoint, mission-oriented patrols, saving operational costs, defeating oil theft, eliminating piracy, putting an end to seaborne smuggling, and halting illegal fishing. Nigeria enhanced its national security and saved its economy billions of dollars. Here's how it happened. With continuous coverage, Falcon-Eye created a unified maritime picture. Working automatically, it correlated real-time sensor input with intelligence to detect and analyze suspicious behavior. Input from Nigeria's regional command and control centers was integrated in the MCC at Naval Headquarters, providing full situational awareness to guide security forces to the sites of action, a successful interception. That's why Nigeria chose the world's most sophisticated maritime operational intelligence system, Falcon Eye.
Mr. Chairman, members of the High Tribunal, I thought I could just whet our appetites after sitting for so long with a short clip on the Falcon Eye. The Falcon Eye is a maritime domain awareness platform instituted by the federal government and domiciled in the Nigerian Navy. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, allow me to recognize one of the eldest statesmen in the country, the pioneer DG of the Nigerian Policy Institute, now called NIPS, Elder Dr. Umar Eliazu. He stands tall at 90 plus. You're welcome, sir. The man who has authored so many books and wrote the commendation on the Admiral's Compass. Let me also introduce Elder E.D. Akan. Elder E.D. Akan was an executive director at NNPC and did a lot in post-story DPR as we have it today. I also wish to introduce my friend that is known to a lot of us, Emeka Ugu of Nesh. You're welcome, Emeka. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me also welcome you and to thank you for your patience, having waited for more than 2 hours plus. No fault of us, but of course, you know, technicalities can occur in events like this. But please bear with us as we go into the main paper of the round table on maritime domain awareness for Africa's maritime security architecture. As a form of introduction, more than 95% of the world's trade and travels is by sea. The world's submarine cables transmit 95% of telecommunications data and earn about roughly $10 trillion per day. Not per year, per day. Submarine cables are crewable to telecoms. Any attempt, for example, to cut such cables could black out a third of the world's internet. Maritime crimes and malfeasance at sea facilitates transnational criminal networks, but most especially, they fund terrorist activities, the proliferation of small, medium, and small arms, heavy weapons trafficking, fuel conflicts across the globe, and of course, with more private armed activities at sea, the gap between states and non-state actors is widening and closing up in some aspects. In some aspects where you have good vigilance and good maritime domain awareness, it's closing up. Where you don't, it's widening. Globally, it has become evident that life today depends on the maritime domain. Today, we'll be looking at the aspect of the domain from the perspective of security and seeing what other regions in Africa have done or other areas in Africa has done to be able to ensure that we have a kind of architecture for maritime security in the continent. So much of it won't be about blue economy, because I know that the Institute will make arrangement to bring the experts on that, but we'll be touching on the blue economy from the perspective of the knowledge and of course how to secure it. In Africa, maritime security represents one of the number of peace and security related policy fields in the making, and also allow for insights to division of labor emerging among stakeholders such as the African Union, the regional economic commissions, etc. In summary, I would like to state that maritime domain awareness is all about offshore actionable intelligence, and I'm sure Dr. Bashir Jimo has spoken a lot about MDs, but I'd like to just make some emphasis. It's an initiative of the Maritime Safety Committee of the International Maritime Organization. That was as a result of course, the September 11, 2001 attack on the U.S. by terrorists. And prior to that, there was an attack on a U.S. destroyer called USS Cole in the Gulf of Aden in the Arabian Peninsula. Ultimately, maritime domain awareness, like the DG said, is to identify threats as early as they develop, distant from the shores, so as to give us enough time to analyze such threats but most importantly, to respond to such trends. The continent of Africa has 54 countries with 39 states, 14 landlocked states on an island, the island of Madagascar. The importance of the maritime economy to the littoral and the landlocked states can only be imagined. Any disturbance or persistent malfeasance to the marine ecosystem reverberates untoward circumstances to the well-being and economy of the continent. In the past 7 years, there have been discussions about political and economic appreciation of the vast ocean capital we have in the continent. This paper, therefore, seeks to address the absence of the consequence of appropriate governance over Africa's maritime domain. The topic, Maritime Domain Awareness for Africa's Maritime Security Architecture, will address the dire need to harness the various platforms, infrastructure, and technology for an effective continental ocean governance. Arising, therefore, from these premises are some pertinent questions. Firstly, what are the security threats, challenges, and risks within Africa's maritime domain? How can maritime domain awareness efforts be integrated into Africa? And finally, and to what extent can Africa's maritime security architecture be improved? To discuss, my aim, very short aim, and brief too, is to discuss the integration of maritime domain awareness alignments for an improved Africa's maritime security architecture. This paper will cover, to achieve this aim, the following. We'll look at some concepts. We'll look at the relationships between the domain, maritime domain awareness, and maritime security. We'll examine the threats, challenges, and risks associated with the maritime domain. We'll look at maritime domain architecture, infrastructure, in tackling maritime security challenges in Africa. We'll examine the challenges and, of course, prefer a few strategies in order to improve the maritime security architecture. We'll look at, briefly, maritime domain awareness. I think from the conceptual point of view, the DG has spoken about maritime domain. I won't bore you. Let's go to the next slide, please. All seas and all things, all waters relating to, adjacent to, bordering on the sea, lakes, peninsula, rivers are all part of the maritime domain. The purpose, briefly, is to ensure that you have capability to observe what happens in the maritime domain. The purpose, capability. The need, of course, is to ensure that we have the capacity to ensure we have a conducive environment for effective trade and commerce. The essence of maritime security is for effective trade and commerce over a vast maritime domain. And effectively, we have the various tools and equipment to combat that aspect. I will go quickly to maritime security. Maritime security embraces a wide range of elements that are required to create a peaceful template that may include defense, intelligence, and economy to environmental issues. More importantly than what are the environmental issues. Environmental issues are the maritime domain. Maritime security includes the continuous surveillance and reconnaissance partnership and awareness of one's maritime domain, which encompasses the oceans, the seas, the bays, the estuaries, the islands, coastal towns, and the airspace above these littorals. One of the latest concepts is that of Madam Natalie Kling. Security, said, may best be understood from two key perspectives. Firstly, the traditional security concerns and responses to perceived maritime security threats, and later, of course, refers to the steps taken to reduce the risk of certain crimes or activities which they believe could prejudice or injure their interests in society. Maritime security are those measures taken by government agencies, owners, and operators of vessels, offshore oil installations, ports and maritime organizations like the MASA to protect maritime activities. Some scholars are of the opinion that maritime security are those tasks operators conduct to protect sovereignty and maritime resources, support free and open seaborne commerce, and combat maritime-related crimes. There is a relationship, but firstly, let me remind us of Mahan. Mahan's theory is classic, and his concept again and again, I like to mention, because it is classic. Madam states that maritime security is the assurance of unhindered ocean trade, safe navigation, safeguarding of our coastal communities and their means of livelihood, protecting the food chain and preserving the maritime contribution to economic well-being of the littoral states. Mayan's concept, for me, I think what it embodies is that for the demographics along the littorals, we need to do more, because whatever we do onshore influences activities at sea. And most of the things we do at sea influences our lives onshore. And most of the activities by nature that take place at sea influences activities of the demographics along the littorals. For example, if there's a tsunami, there's a huge displacement. For us, without mincing words, the highest density in terms of population are along the littorals. And so when there's a tsunami, there's a displacement of our own that live along the littorals. And that creates a lot of building up of what we call rehabilitation centers, are really slum breeding platforms. So the actions at sea influence actions at the littorals. So we must be bothered at the demographics along the coast, and of course our actions along the coast and our actions at sea. There is a relationship between maritime domain awareness and maritime security. I think we've touched on the concepts, and you can see that from the fact that maritime domain awareness is about information gathering, intelligence sharing, and responses to malfeasance. Maritime security, on the other hand, is aimed at the development of maritime governance capacity in areas of strategic maritime importance. The same can be described as the protection of maritime assets, the prevention of crimes at sea, the maintenance of seaborne trade and commerce, and the promotion of economic development of the nation. Overall, these efforts are for the sustainable development for a peaceful maritime sector and to recognize the critical importance of the blue economy. We'll look at the threats that bedevil the maritime domain. We'll look at the national, because most of them are transnational in nature, and we'll look at the regional, and of course we'll look at the sub-regional threats. I have, for simplicity, classified them into tangibles and intangibles. The tangibles you may also want to define as operational threats, whilst the intangible, I want us to look at them as political threats. Let's start with the intangibles. The intangibles, which are operational threats, include the irregular, unauthorized, and irregular fishing. It is important to look at this aspect because if we neglect curbing the excess of IUUs, we reduce our potency from the sea. If we neglect it, we lose in about $1 billion a year from our neglect of this practice of IUUs. The other tangible threats in no particular order includes resource theft, illegal oil bunkering, trafficking of drugs, human beings, narcotics, stolen activities. I think that should concern our royalty, Chief Obaseki. Diverted natural resources, piracy, maritime terrorism, sea robbery. Piracy occurs at the high sea, sea robbery in our local waters, insecure navigation routes around coastal waters, money laundering, illicit financial activities, climate change, environmental degradation, coastal erosion, and toxic waste dumping along our littorals. The extant pollution from chemicals, oil and gas exploration activities are germane to the onerous threats to our littorals. We'll look quickly at the political and institutional threats. These include, but not limited to, the endemic multidimensional poverty, high unemployment, food insecurity, political instability, and corruption. While these have been isolated from the tangibles, it is imperative to observe that they influence maritime safety and security. Now, from a regional perspective, we'll start from the east, Indian Ocean states. The movement of heroin over the ocean has increased dramatically in recent years and threatens to strengthen transnational criminal networks while incapacitating significant proportion of our working age population of the affected countries. Heroin does not affect only the eastern horn of Africa, but its influence across the continent is germane to threats. In the north, migrant smuggling across the Mediterranean Sea has over the years caught international attention, constituting to the continent a serious challenge. Equally of concern are the incident of coastal fuel smuggling serving as a major source for illicit terrorist network in the Mediterranean region. This will attract more attention in the nearest future. In West and Central Africa, a diversity of challenges ranging from piracy and armed robbery at sea to illicit oil and fuel activities, trafficking and smuggling of all sorts of goods, including various environmental crimes, which threaten the safety, the security and sustainability of the maritime space. The improvement of the maritime forces and law enforcement within the littorals of this region manifests in the attacks becoming more brazen and occurring far into the sea for international waters. This has raised and heightened the cost of maritime shipping and insurance, which the MD Nimasa mentioned, with an overall improvement on navies, coast guards, and maritime forces. Malfeasances at sea have reduced tremendously, with Nigeria exiting out of the piracy-threatened states by the International Maritime Organization. Now let us look. Please clap for Nigeria. Maritime domain awareness infrastructure in tackling maritime security challenges in Africa. The surge in reported maritime incidents in the Gulf of Aden and the Gulf of Guinea from the year 2000 has revealed how African maritime states have been unable to prevent piracy and other maritime crimes. It has further created an interest in having situational overview that display the location of all shipping and probable location of criminals at sea. This development is particularly important as some African maritime states and stakeholders have suffered from the collective inability to prevent, respond, or to even monitor or track criminal activities. African maritime domain remains largely ungoverned, allowing criminals to commit malfeasance, transgressions, unobserved, and with some level of impunity. African countries need to combat and need to confront the wider problems that the extent and impact of maritime crime is frequently transnational in nature, as comprehensively set out in Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy 2050. I think the list is as shown on the screen. It's quite a long list, but it culminates with what has been thought about by Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy. The International Maritime Organization Florence Conference of 2000 created sub-regional maritime rescue coordinating centers. This was because of the plight of safety and what have you in Africa's wide maritime domain. The essence was to have final links with multilateral agreements of the coverage of the entire coastline for Africa for search and rescue coordinated purposes. Africa was split into 5 centers with Liberia, Nigeria, Morocco, Kenya, and South Africa as the hubs. However, it also served as platforms for sharing of information derived from these centers, which complemented the important role in the fight against piracy, kidnapping for ransom on the high sea, unregistered and unreported fishing, and illegal trafficking of persons and drugs, and other criminal activities in the continent. So from a search and rescue hub, it was developed to becoming center for monitoring all, if not all, the malfeasance. In 2013, the Code of Conduct for the Repression of Piracy, Armed Robbery Against Ships, and Illicit Maritime Activities in West Africa and Central Africa was developed by ECOWAS, Economic Community of West African States, and ECAS, Economic Community of Central African States, and of course, the Gulf of Guinea Commission. These codes were achieved with the assistance of the International Maritime Organization pursuant to the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2018 of 2011 and 2039 of 2012. These resolutions encourage the member states of ECAS, Economic Community of Central African States, ECOWAS, and the Gulf of Guinea Commission to develop a comprehensive regional strategy and framework to counter the malfeasance at sea. On the 25th of June 2013, 10 years ago, these resolutions were adopted by heads of state and their representatives from 25 West African and Central African countries as the Code of Conduct in Yaoundé, Cameroon. Further to these resolutions was the development of the Maritime Organization for West African and Central Africa called MOWCA, MOCA for short, by the IMO. MOCA is comprising of 20 coastal maritime states for the provision of a stable maritime environment and corresponding centers at Abidjan for ECOWAS and Pointe-Noire for ECAS, Economic Community of Central African States. To look at the national efforts, I want to start with Ghana. Ghana, in tandem with the resolutions, developed a vessel traffic monitoring information system, VTMIS, in 2013. Thus, apart from, of course, vessel management system and traffic system, being solely for information services, it assisted agencies like Fisheries Department in Ghana, Customs of Ghana, Immigration Services, Port Authorities, Intelligence, and of course for the Navy, Search and Rescue Unit, for the planning and execution and response to maritime-related crime. Indeed, the VTMIS in Ghana enhanced continuous electronic surveillance of the entire coast of Ghana. It consists of 8 center sites, 3 remote base stations, and 10 monitoring stations, fed through 4 control sites to the National Control Center. The Maritime Domain Awareness Infrastructure in Ghana has assisted the operations towards reducing of incidents of maritime crimes, culminating with the exercise of Bangame Express in March 2021. With the use of Sea Vision, a web-based system for the monitoring of the EEZ in Ghana, it involved both naval and civilian staff attached to the Maritime Domain Alignment. The exercise Bangame Express was sponsored by the U.S. Command for Africa. It's designed to improve regional cooperation, maritime domain awareness, information sharing practices, tactical interdiction expertise to enhance collective capabilities of participating. In 2021, 32 maritime nations took part in the exercise Bangame Express. They include our own, Nigeria, Brazil, Spain, Canada, DRC, and the Netherlands, among others. In Nigeria, I just showed you a clip of the Falcon Eye. It's a system that is efficiently and security oriented. It's a surveillance, monitoring and control solution for the coverage of Nigeria's maritime domain, including the Gulf of Guinea. It was commissioned by the President Commander-in-Chief on the 13th of July 2021. However, it was inaugurated by the National Security Advisor in July 2017. And since the system has been functioning with 13 coastal radars, 5 high-frequency over-the-horizon radar, fed through regional control centers in Lagos, Yenagoa, and Calabar, which are, of course, the operational headquarters of the Nigerian Navy commands. The Falcon Eye system has been functioning with 0% redundancy since 2017. The Falcon Eye system is fed from multiple sources to include satellite imagery system from Nigeria's communication satellite, radars, electro-optical imaging cameras, and terrestrial linked AIS. It deploys a huge maritime operational intelligence system called MOIS, which tracks, receives data, stores for over years, presents a comprehensive maritime picture, provides an alarm algorithm where suspicious and dangerous situation occurs, and analysis for further command action. The main command and control center provides desk for all maritime stakeholders, to include the MASA, LPA, customs, immigration, etc., and the center still exists. The Falcon Eye system covers up to 200 nautical miles seaward from the joint development zone between Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea and the Republic of Congo. The system has aided Nigerian Navy operations to the extent, and of course we've mentioned that about exiting us from the piracy quotient. The Deep Blue project, which the DG Nimasa has mentioned, was established in Nimasa, but there's a need to mention it as one of our national efforts. It's of course been established with the objectives which the DG mentioned, to include prevention of illegal activities in the EEZ, enforcement of maritime regulation, enhancing of safety of life at sea, provision of illegal activities in the Niger Delta backwaters, and of course the inland waterways. The components, let me repeat again, through a C4I operational center, we have the Maritime Intelligence System, helicopters, complements of the helicopters have been flown by the Navy, interceptor vessels, special mission aircraft, UAVs, armored vessels. Now, the potency of myriads of maritime domain awareness platforms in Nigeria could have been enhanced if all the platforms were integrated to a unique, formidable system. Like other crimes, we must develop the political will to collapse all the boundaries that exist in NIMASA, the boundaries of the system that exists in MPA, and every other maritime stakeholder has its own MDA infrastructure. We need to collapse them into one formidable unit, and I can assure you we'll be better off. So like other crimes, we have to develop the will. Probably we'll look at that as strategies later, but we need to develop the will so that small corporate empires can become a national incredible outfit. We also have other platforms called, like the Regional Maritime Awareness Center. It was established by the United States government, and we have them installed not just in the Navy, also in NIMASA and at Nigerian Ports Authority. Next slide, please. It has and of course, like I said, it integrates radars, cameras, AIS, and marine radios to a common user interface. The Aromax Centers has added value to the prevailing doctrine for standard operational procedures, not just for Navy, but for every other center that has been privileged to have them, including NIMASA. Other surveillance technologies in Nigeria that have been introducing in our national quest for improved system are the ATR-42 Maritime Patrol Aircraft. As seen on the screen, it's acquired by the Nigerian Air Force. The ATR-42s are to contribute to the development and build-up of real-time maritime picture for Nigeria. Its concept, which includes manning of the aircraft by Navy officers, is to facilitate the attainment of high index of Nigerian maritime security and strategic information sharing analysis, responses to malfeasance in the maritime domain. The aircraft can be deployed in the following roles: maritime patrol missions, search and rescue, identification of vessels, and environmental control missions. Now, the total radar coverage of Nigeria TRACON project was completed in May 2010 with the successful integration of 5 radar sites into a radar network. Thus, for all intents and purposes, our airspace is covered by an integral air traffic safety network. This is a strategic partnership between the navies of West Africa and Central Africa in information intelligence sharing in line with the Yawande Code of Conduct. To that extent, and to this extent, several piracy attacks have been countered through appropriate response and others thwarted through proactive measures with presence of both naval surface and air assets at sea. Now let us look at the West Indian effort. Of course, the area surrounding the Gulf of Aden. The next slide. The West Indian effort. Now, the Djibouti Code of Conduct is concerned with the repression of piracy and armed robbery against ships in the Western Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden. The code, which was adopted by 21 countries, including South Africa and Madagascar, also provides information sharing among member states with the network centers at Mombasa, Kenya, Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, and Sanaa in Yemen. In 2017, a revised code of conduct was adopted known as the Jeddah Amendment to the Djibouti Code. Key to the code is the inclusion and intention of member states to take on national strategies that will enhance the development of the blue economy. In July 2021, the Sea Vision was used again by the U.S. African Command with 15 member countries of the Code of Djibouti. The exercise Cutlass Express allowed the deployment of a web-based situational awareness tool called Sea Vision that enabled participants assigned to the Joint Operations Center to view and share a broad array of maritime information that improves maritime operations. The Sea Vision was developed in 2012 for your information by the United States Department of Transportation for U.S. Naval Forces Africa in response to the need for enhanced maritime domain awareness. Presently, next slide, the Sea Vision has now evolved into a global platform and information sharing tool. During exercise Cutlass Express in 2021, the participants were able to, among other things, conduct several maritime security exchanges to include vessel queries, shipboarding, airborne maritime patrol operations, search and rescue drills. It also gave the participants the wherewithal to improve interoperability and gain valuable experiences working with neighboring countries through information sharing and building a maritime security picture in order to obtain full maritime domain awareness. Let us share the South African experience. South Africa has the largest exclusive economic zones, 1.5 million square kilometers, by virtue of her geographical position, and the largest coastline in Africa, 3,200 kilometers, extending, of course, from the west, Namibia, to the east, Mozambique. Thus, it must have a unique capacity for a greater strategic and coordinated approach to delivering more effective maritime surveillance within its ocean areas of the Atlantic and Indian Ocean. You remember also that it is bordered by the Indian Ocean to the east and the Atlantic to the west. You will find that where the two oceans meet is an imaginary line. You will see the line between the brackish waters of the Indian Ocean and the clear blue waters of the Atlantic Ocean. To complement the maritime surveillance system, there are fixed and land-based radars with automatic identification systems and the long-range identical tracking systems. The Institute of Maritime Technology in South Africa, a division of the Armament Corporation of Southern Africa, has developed the VisaNet remote sensor and track data VisaNet ocean shipping traffic. The monitoring system for the Navy and Defense Intelligence. This generates a common operational picture by integrating data collected from multiple sensors around South African coastline through the modifications of the integrated Transnet National Ports radar sites. Again, like I said, other sources being used in this system include South Africa's Space Agency satellite system, South Africa's Maritime Safety, just like NIMASA, among others. It has over 14 shareholders benefiting from the gamut of information to include all countries in the South African Development Community, just like our ECOWAS. The system provides decision-making support tools for effective governance of marine resources, prevention of crime, and the improvement of maritime security. Let us go ahead and share the experience of the 5+5 Defense Initiative of the Mediterranean Ocean. The 5+5 Defense Initiative is a gradual and effective reconfiguration of the maritime security over the Mediterranean Sea area. The membership consists of France, Algeria, Italy, Libya, Malta, Mauritania, Morocco, Portugal, Spain, and Tunisia. Against the backdrop of the problems of homogeneity, the initiative has been effective in curbing the relative excesses of maritime malfeasance in the Mediterranean Sea, especially the issue of human trafficking across the Mediterranean Sea. The 5+5 Maritime Initiative will continue to be a sub-regional approach to seemingly collective efforts based on simplicity, aimed at providing adequate maritime awareness information over its jurisdiction. One of the notable achievements of this initiative is the engagement of the member countries in the utilization of the Partnership and Cooperation Program made available with the European Security and Defense College, reinforcing networking and augmenting bilateral knowledge and exchange of experience of the utilization of the ideals of the Mediterranean Sea. To state that the Mediterranean Sea is not properly watched is to make an understatement. Every aspect of the Mediterranean Sea has either a radar, either a submarine, either a tracker, either a satellite over the whole of the Mediterranean Sea. And then you will ask, why then has the malfeasances of human trafficking across the Mediterranean not been curbed? The question is that it is the capacity to respond to the various signals sent across the regional membership of the 5+5 initiative. 5 North African countries cannot afford to have all their ships at sea to prevent the smuggling of immigrants across the Mediterranean to Europe. And so those and many others will climax as the challenges towards integrating maritime domain awareness infrastructure in Africa. We look at the holistic knowledge. The lack of holistic knowledge of the ocean, both physically and biochemically, is attributable to sea blindness. The next slide, please. We're looking at the challenges. The ocean governance policy remains woefully understudied compared to other fields or scales, like banking, finance, gender issues, social sciences, etc. The lack of legislation, except for Southern Africa, Operation FASICA, for the establishment of maritime domain awareness, ensuring that individual institutional platforms and alignment are integrated to a national entity for the enhancement of maritime security objectives. Soon as we can integrate the national alignment, then the sub-regional alignments can, of course, be easily integrated. The lack of culture of information sharing due to francophone, anglophone, and lusophone dichotomy, thus hindering the functions of the regional coordination cells as envisioned by the African Integrated Maritime Strategy 2020. I think this aspect has been watered down by the lot of protocols and, of course, unhindered cooperation between West African and Central African states, and of course countries in SADC and in the East and North Africa. The dependence on advanced countries for the activities and exercises that serve as rallying points for coordination of efforts of the NDA. I think we must begin to reduce the dependence on foreign assistance and begin to develop capacity within our region and of course our nationals and sub-regions. The lack of knowledge of the potential of the blue economy to the overall economic development of the continent and the absence of the realization that in tandem with the African Union Agenda of 2063, the blue economy is yet to be perceived as the future for Africa beyond the shores of the coastal states to include the adjacent landlocked communities and countries. Next slide, please. We'll look at the strategies to see how we can improve maritime domain awareness for a sustainable and a better maritime security architecture in Africa. The development of the knowledge of the sea to reduce sea blindness must be a deliberate continental policy. Adopted continentally, we should be able to adopt same nationally and of course sub-regionally. This must be through the introduction of the curriculum in schools and institutions of higher learning. Africa cannot afford to neglect the huge resources in our 26,000 nautical miles of coastline and of course an ocean of prosperity, both the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. Next, the lack of knowledge of ocean governance in most African countries makes it impossible to monitor the various territorial waters and inclusive economic zones. It's expensive to build navies, it's expensive to build coast guards, but we need to start. In the spirit of the new Partnership for African Development for the evolving blue economy, the continent must believe to look inwards for maritime security solutions. The complete reliance on foreign nations to organize exercises for fleets in the continent must be reduced. I'm not saying that we should be totally independent from now, but we need to reduce that dependence and be able to develop capacities within ourselves as a continent. The African Union Agenda of 2063 sees blue economy as the major contributor to the growth, and the 2050 Africa Integrated Maritime Strategy recognizes the vast wealth creation of our oceans and seas and rivers. The multinational cooperation among the navies of Nigeria, Ghana, Togo, and Benin in successfully interdicting the MT Maximus among other collaborative issues across the continent is a clear example of the need for us to have more cooperative efforts within ourselves, within the sub-region, and within the continent. In conclusion, please go to the next slide. We have looked at comparatively, and thanks to DG Nimasa, some of the concepts and definitions to have a grounding of what we're going to discuss. We look at a short clip of Falcon Eye. Indeed, we examined the various threats that we face. Most importantly are the environmental threats. That is the most important. apart from what we experience from the tsunamis to the demographics along our littorals, we must take seriously the issue of environmental degradation in our state. As we speak, all the oil pollution that we have experienced in the past 50 years or 60 years of oil exploration are still there in the Niger Delta. They are still there. They've deprived the littorals from their natural occupation of fishing and farming. They hardly have water to drink. They hardly have crop to plant because the soil has been degraded to a large extent. That's why I say that for blue economy, it is the act of revamping the littorals and demographics in the littorals. For blue economy, is the act of preserving what is on the littorals, prowl on the coastline, and of course, inshore to sea. Sea blindness is a very terrible disease, but it also leads to wealth blindness. Sea blindness is the lack of knowledge, imperial knowledge of what you have at sea. But wealth blindness is worse. It's when you do not have the capacity to effectively cost what you have at sea. And so you give licenses to fishing trawlers. They go there, fish today and our fisher stock, and they pay pittance in terms of tax to our revenue collectors. Sea blindness leads to wealth blindness, which has been engendered through our lack of knowledge. So we need to improve on the knowledge of both. Africa, and indeed West Africa, do not like protocols. You've seen all the length and breadth of protocols I've read, and which you also know. But we need to domesticate these protocols and make it more effective. And I think one of the most effective things that happens in a democracy is to legislate these protocols, to make them, domesticate them, and make them more effective, and call and hold the various responsible stakeholders to account for any failures. Last but not the least is that we need to start more subregional exercises without the enigmas of the big boys. But of course, for navies and for coast guards, inter or combined exercises with foreign countries is a must, but we need to internally develop that capacity and strategy to exercise ourselves to be able to have maritime domain, which we can plow our equipment, put our platforms, monitor, analyze, prevent, and respond when there are malfeasance at sea. The efforts towards a better maritime security architecture is feasible in the future. This discussion was not happening decades ago, but it's also very, I'm very enthused that even the institution, the Nigerian Institute for International Affairs, I thought it wise to create a maritime desk and maritime security desk because of the enablement at sea. Ladies and gentlemen, we have crushed proportionately most of our resources on land. The next place we need to venture to is at sea. And we can only do that with the tenets of the blue economy, having in place the endowed maritime domain awareness to monitor activities at sea. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for our speaker.
Because it is a wonderful. Sir, I hope at the end of this education you will make available to us necessary materials, because this is a very great area where very few people understand. And me, I'm a legal practitioner. I've actually come in here to honor my boss, Prince Adewale, who is here. I was the gubernatorial candidate for his party in Lagos State here. And we believe that it is important to speak up. And he has spoken up. Though not a politician, but I think Prince has signaled to me that we will be a consultant to the Social Democratic Party. Thank you very much.
And this has afforded me opportunity of once again meeting Prof. Asage. I will come again. Thank you. So, as he was giving the lecture, something struck me. You know, there are many realignments in the world now, and we have been hearing about BRICS. How will maritime domain security be affected, that is our own, be affected if Nigeria decides to join the BRICS? Prof, you can teach us on that one. Thank you.
Who has done a very wonderful work as far as the maritime domain is concerned. But I also expected, I am a civil society person, and I also know that civil society has also contributed immensely to national development. Unfortunately, while all of these activities have taken place that we're hearing today, the civil society has been very quiet, on issues of maritime awareness, maritime security and safety and all of that. And I think that probably that could be as a result of capacity in that sector. And so my question would be, what do we do to integrate or mainstream civil society activities to the maritime domain, just so that they can also be active in that area? As we know, the civil society can mobilize resources, can also advocate to ensure that certain decisions and policies can also be carried out at the level of the country. Beyond that, we also have some sort of fishnet alliance along the Gulf of Guinea, trying to encourage fisher folks across countries in the Gulf of Guinea to have that kind of network and ability to integrate and work together. That could be useful if we're talking about developing our blue economy and all of that. So I think, what do we do to mainstream civil society sector in this conversation and discourse? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think the question I would tackle here would be similar to what the elder spoke about. Most of the centers that are across of Africa are basically U.S. centers. They've been developed and are managed by the U.S. So with the BRICS coming in place, how do we own these centers and take them on? I think that would be a good one to have.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
To play large roles, several roles of advocacy. I've been to the National Assembly a couple of times in the last 4 years to look at the proponents of new ways, the new acts, even the ones submitted by NIMASA, of course, to advocate for the wider dimensions that it will open for the Navy as a maritime force. So I think that having had, like I said, there is a depth knowledge of literature on maritime domain, depth knowledge. You have to research, find out how the happenstance of maritime domain in Nigeria, find out what are the prevailing protocols. You will realize that there are huge gaps to be filled, and I think civil society can do better. Firstly, you can hold stakeholders accountable through advocacy and through your insistence. You can hold stakeholders accountable for action they should take to maintain and provide the conducive maritime environment that we need for trade and economy to thrive. You can. Secondly, you can advocate for a merger. Let me use the lame word, a merger or integration of all that platforms that I mentioned in Nigeria to one credible, multi-functional platform. That is where I think civil society can come in. And the doors of the leadership of the maritime stakeholders are open to you. There are. You can find out from DG NIMASA. I've never had or gone there and seen restraint or people from the civil society being held back from accessing his departments or whatever the hierarchy of the place is a public place. It's owned by you. So you have access to leadership of the stakeholders in maritime domain. Because of the narrowness and the limitation, the literature of maritime security, etc., you need to do more research. You need to ask them to open up libraries. You need to encourage them to give you more conferences. You need to ask them to tell you about their roles through conferences, through roundtables like this. They will not come to you. They are busy people. Go to them, ask for more roundtable conferences, visit the institute, open up, and I can assure you a lot of jobs for you to do. Secondly, the issue of BRICS. BRICS was normally BRICS, we were included, but I think with some form, I don't know what formula they devised, they knocked us out and it became BRICS. Well, from the four regional perspective, you find there is the influence of the Britons to an extent, in some of us that were, I don't like to use the word colonies, but for some of us that we are affiliated with the British colonizers, we still have a little bit of pattern of relationship. If you look at, there's a new ingress from the East, the Chinese, they are coming in. We have some influence of the Indians also, in terms of numbers. Look, there is no ICT that are going to develop in Nigeria today. There are no telecoms industry, there are no beverage industries, there are no food industries that will, the biggest food industry in Nigeria are owned by either an Indian or Indians, a cooperative Indian investment. So key is, who is influencing us? What influences now is the economics of relationship with people. And so the economics of BRICS will influence how much we endeavor to expand the scope of the maritime domain awareness. There's a relationship between economy and security. Huge relationship. It spans across the politics of economy and the politics of security. There's a huge relationship. And so for relationship with BRICS, it depends on how we intend to play it from the continental level. What is AU's stance on the vagaries of maritime security? I won't go into the other economics of it, but let's look at what is AU's stance. 10 years ago, it developed an African integrated maritime strategy for other subcontinental organizations to draw in and develop their own strategy. Have we all done so? I think the lead on this could either be ECOWAS or SADC, the South African Development Community. So we need to see from that perspective of the continental strategy how we can expand the reach of maritime domain awareness to enable maritime security architecture in Africa. For BRICS, the Indian influence, the Russian influence, we're here to see they're doing a lot of mining and what have you in Central Africa. The Indians, like I told you, on ICT, trade and investment. South Africa, I think at that time when it was BRICS, they had edged us a little on our GDP. Maybe today, if it is revisited, we might be included on the BRICS, that brings again or what have you. But like I said, I think it will be the economics of maritime security that will endear us to partnership with whoever are in BRICS or other larger bodies. I hope I've attempted to answer this question. Thank you.
Aina from far away Canada, and he has been a consistent follower of all the activities, all the programs of the Institute. He requests a comment from you on one thing, which is the Navy's statutory role and efforts to curb sea brigandry and other threats. Just a minute will do, sir. Thank you, sir.
Maritime security is a collective. It's a collective between maritime forces and stakeholders. Maritime security is not the individual responsibility of services, but in all the collectives, like I said, there is what they call the maritime community. Maritime security is the combination of the efforts of the maritime community of Nigeria, which includes the hegemony, the Navy, because they carry arms, NIMASA, MPA, Immigrations, Customs, NIWA, the Marine Police, and all endeavors towards ensuring that we provide a conducive maritime environment for sea trade and commerce to thrive. For the war against piracy, it's also a collegiate. There's a law, the Act on Piracy, Anti-Piracy Act. There's the development of the NSA, who in fact is the driver of the Anti-Terrorist Act, and inclusive of the Piracy Act. Because others do not have the arm of force, maritime domain awareness, like I said, if integrated, points out malfeasance at sea. The Navy responds, and of course, malfeasance are quelled. It took quite a while for Navy to get the various platforms it requires. It is very frustrating for you to sit in the luxury of your office, you can ask Ayo about that, and see things going on at sea and you cannot respond. It's been happening. But today, I think, if I want to count back, I'm sorry I've been a strategic part of the Navy even after retirement. I think they can boast of more than 200 boats, inshore patrol craft. They can boast of over 20 vessels that can go for interventions between Lagos and Calabar. They have more than 6 capital ships. They've included a landing platform dock which can carry troops to any part of the world, just like you had landing ship tanks. I think their fleet of helicopters have been buoyed by the addition of new fleets from NIMASA. So capabilities have not been an issue. And like I said, it doesn't take a piece of cake for you to be exited from the club of piracy infected states. Nigeria has been exited, and it is for good. And I can assure you, with the effort of maritime stakeholders and the Navy, that is a thing of the past. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think let me build on where Admiral made mention that the platforms we have and contributed tremendously in trying to exit Nigeria from the piracy list. Sometimes when you have military around you, the things that will come to your mind is the issue of bullet, guns, bombs, and other things. On the part of NIMASA, we have the mandate of issue of capacity building. This capacity building has to do with human element, has to do with infrastructural development. Now, he gave you an answer where you can go for advocacy, seminars and conferences. In addition to that, the agency embarked in building maritime institutions across the 6 geopolitical zones. For the southwest zone, we are building maritime institution in Unilag. For the south-south, we already built Maritime University of Kerenkoko, and we are investing heavily in Niger Delta University. And then in addition to that, in North Central, we are building maritime institution in IBB Lapai. In the Northwest, we are building maritime institution in Kaduna State University. And then in the southeast, we picked Nsukka and Anambra. So we have 2 maritime institutions there. So there is no maritime institution, there is no university in Nigeria zonal level that we did not build such infrastructure. Some of them are over 90% in completion. So I think the civil society, what they can commandeer themselves, is to try and see how they can learn what is the maritime domain, the maritime security aspect, the maritime safety aspect, because it's not only meant, that's why in my own keynote address, I made mention that it's a maritime domain is multifaceted area where everybody can come and play and live. You too, you have your own role to play. In addition to this maritime institution, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, in the Resource Center, we just created Kita Claim Regional Maritime Safety and Security Center of Excellence. We have a library there, like he mentioned. You get to the library, we have e-library, and we apply to the International Maritime Organization to link up with the e-library. So there are more information now at our own domain. What you need to do is to educate your members. They can have access to it at all the times. For those who are interested in reading, they can now have themselves tooled with the informations in these universities that I mentioned. Thank you very much.
And gentlemen, before I call on the next distinguished guest to say 18 or 2 for a minute, I want to do something that is out of, for those who are aware, the safety of our maritime domain and the administration of that sector has witnessed a significant boost in the tenure of this gentleman. If you look at the records, you will find out that we have dropped off the list of countries that have been blacklisted because of the intensity of piracy and other maritime crimes. No thanks to Dr. Bashir Jamo and his team. Please, on behalf of our great country, accept, yes, I said safety, but we are talking security, and I think the law is very clear on who handles security. Sir. Thank you very much. It's safety and administration that I'm talking about. When the Navy comes, I will re-acknowledge, as I have done before, their role. But for now, sir, the spotlight is only for you and your team here present on behalf of NIMASA nationwide. Please, a round of applause for them. This applause will be louder. For those of us that have lost friends on the high sea, we know what you have done for this country. Well done, sir. Well done. Congratulations, and you have the gratitude of this institute and the gratitude of this country. You may be seated. Thank you, sir. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I will call on Rear Admiral A.O. Olubode for a few minutes of remarks. Earlier, I have stated the very sterling role of the Navy in securing our maritime space. Admiral, sir.
My big brother and friend, DG NIMASA, Dr. Bashir Jamo, like the master of ceremonies said, Father, I'm not Catholic, but I call you Father. And indeed, Admiral Akpan, who happens to be, what do I call it, mentor, father, friend, and senior colleague. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd first of all start by thanking the Director General for giving me, you invited me in my person as Managing Director of Admiralty Maritime Services Limited to attend this occasion. This hallowed institution of intellectual learning is somewhere, I would say maybe close to maybe 30, 40 years. I had a first interaction when the Nigerian Master Mariners Association was inaugurated here. My father was the president at the time. No, well, he was, I think he was one of the founding members, but I came here. So I know this place, and I'm maritime by birth. And it's gladdening to see that you're still talking about the maritime issues. But I thought there's need to put things in perspective. Nigeria, which we all know, is a bona fide maritime nation by history, by economy, and by geography. What does this portend? We have 37 billion barrels proven crude reserve. Only 2% of that is being exploited today. We have 209 scoff of gas. Only 1.4% of that is being produced annually. Going by OPEC data, that will mean that 237 years of reserves we have of oil, condensate, associated gas. Now, let's put this whole cliche so that it doesn't look like a buzzword. Maritime domain awareness. What is the essence? I think the essence goes beyond just infrastructure. It is an infrastructure aimed at providing opportunity to extract the benefits of the sea. The sea, in terms of its economic utility, by way of transport, freedom of navigation, shipping, but the huge resources. I went to sea about 2 weeks ago, and honestly, with due respect, I've said this before to a DG of NIMASA before, when I was seconded there for about 2 years. That's where I met him. That's why I call him my big brother. I told him, I said, sir, let's go and do board management meeting at sea, because it will change. It will change the way we're talking here. At the time, we had, you know, what do you call it? A situation on the 14th of February 2010, 9 or 10, where about 15, 20 vessels were washed ashore, and I was at the center of that rescue operation. And some people were arguing about the resources we needed to deploy. For a mariner, for anybody who is at sea, who has been at sea, the greatest thing that we have done is that when we see ourselves as mariners, for a merchant ship, she dips and we acknowledge. She dips her flag, which is, you know, the flag she carries. And we see ourselves as brothers. So when we come on land and then we start to, you know, differentiate what we're doing, it means that we don't understand the purpose of what we are going to. Our main objective is to harness optimally, environmentally responsibly, or responsibly environmentally, I don't know which one comes first, but to exploit the resources that God has endowed to us, you know, collectively. So one thing we need to put on the table for maritime domain awareness is burden sharing. We must carry our burdens, because the infrastructure you put there, if you put it there for DG Nimasa, for example, all he's looking for is to, amongst other provisions of, you know, implementing the IMO conventions, protocols, he also wants to increase the flag registration, and he cannot achieve it if he doesn't have security of, you know, of the maritime domain. So it behoves on him or the institution to put whatever architecture support resource behind maritime domain awareness, and which he has done, and we thank you for what you have done. For Nigerian Ports Authority, it's the shipping throughput. You want more tonnage, you want more port calls. If you do not have maritime domain awareness, you can't get the port calls. Because like we all have, I mean, that's been exhausted, the issue of war risk and, you know, the risk classification. When we did an assessment of the risk, vulnerabilities and threats on Nigerian waters between, say, 2015 and 20 now, we saw a clear, you know, spike upwards when the maritime security, or rather when the issues of piracy and sea robbery went down, there were more port calls. So, like somebody once said, it's good business to invest in the Navy or in maritime security here. It's good business because Chairman said it very well. All we are wearing, probably what we ate today, came by sea. 95% is the statistics globally. We need to understand this thing deeper. It's not the maritime domain, but what is it going to deliver? It's delivering the dividends of a maritime nation, which we have not optimized. I think we needed to put that on the table. In one of my appointments, I was defense advisor in India, and I thought since the advisor, I mean the consul is here, I'd say "Aap kaise hain? Sab kuch theek hai?" My Hindi is still there. Anyway, so I was there when India opened its maritime domain awareness infrastructure in New Delhi. That's where the center is. But they have, I think, 34 coastal stations across the country, 74 AIS repeaters, and they launched a satellite which integrates all that into one architecture. But what happened? Unfortunately, unlike us, it was out of the Mumbai bombing, a sad incident. If you remember the Mumbai bombing, where India was struck, and they took a vow at that occasion. It was said that never again will India be hit from the maritime axis. Call it on Christmas Day at 12 midnight, you dare not enter into India. These were the words of the guest of honor that day. And when you go to Delhi, you see the center there. It sees the entire Indian coastline. So we have something like that in the Falcon Eye. However, densification will only improve the imagery, and that's an ongoing project. But beyond that, I think with AI, there's a lot being said about AI now in the global space. The human capital, for the civil society. There's so much that you can do. The river inlets into Nigeria, the communities that live there have so much that they can give us beyond using technology and surveillance. And if you integrate it either by way of research or by way of an annual report, this can go a long way in creating our awareness. When I was at sea last month, we were just doing an operation alongside another vessel. In 5 minutes, 5 minutes, the weather changed from 10 knots to 17 knots. And what happened? We had, a very turbulent thing. We needed to disconnect ourselves from the vessel. You see, somebody spoke about environment here. Those are things that should be recorded. And I told them, on the rig I went to, I said, look, these things like this, we should have a way of sending it, because it was a sketch. I'm a hydrographer. I did oceanography. I understand meteorology. All weather systems developed from sea. That same day in Port Harcourt Airport, the next day I was flying out, the flight came from Lagos, turned back. So you can see, I saw the correlation. It started at sea, but it ended up on land. Now, the corollary to that is this. All maritime crimes, all maritime activities in the first place originate on land. So, it means that we have a depth of work to do on land to ensure that the sea is safe. And that's where we must embrace a whole of society approach to this maritime domain awareness. In the UK, you would not find the yachties either in Portsmouth or in Plymouth Sounds doing anything without collaborating with the harbour master there, who tells them, you dare not sail out of this thing until you call on channel 16. But you try and cross Lagos Commodore's pool, and everybody is just doing what he wants. So this thing is a deeper thing, but let us not be exasperated. We are sitting here talking about domain awareness. 2011, I stood before the president then to deliver a presentation with then a retired Admiral Ogbo on maritime domain awareness. Then Falcon 9 had not come. Today we have Falcon 9. So sometimes we are too hard on ourselves that we haven't done much. 2011 is some time, but these advocacies do work. So DG sir, I want to commend you for bringing us here. I'm sure we won't take another 12 years to achieve the next level of what we need to do, but advocacy in any form, and particularly in the maritime industry, Nigeria has not actualized the resources, the knowledge. The chairman did say something about River Etiopoloku. I mean, I'm very familiar with that, because sometime in 1854, River Niger was being used for trade up to Yola. A man called Led McGregor came from Liverpool, put a steamer at at River Non, and a smaller vessel escorted by the Navy. That was how they explored, with Samuel Ajayi Crowther, explored the Niger. There's even, I can say that there's more domain awareness about River Niger in 1854 than now. So, please, everybody who is interested in this topic, we have a collective rule. You don't need to go to sea. Go to a Lashe beach. When you go and do beach, give us some pictures of what is happening there environmentally, activities. It forms a total maritime picture. Sorry, I didn't want to take this much time, but thank you very much once again, sir.
Thank you, Admiral. Thank you very much, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am sure by now you have all concluded that I am not just the MC, but the Chief Recruitment Officer for NII. I present to you, Rear Admiral, my latest recruit into the resource persons category for our next conference. You will soon be receiving our letter, Rear Admiral, sir. But meanwhile, we thank you and we appreciate you so much. when our Director General spends hours making up his mind who and who to invite to an event, sometimes we young research fellows get extremely tired and exasperated at him. Of course, you won't complain because he's your chief executive. But it is when events like this unfold and our resource persons take the podium that we say, okay, we now see the logic. When he mentioned Admiral's name, I have not had the privilege of having any serious engagement. But these last few minutes, as I stood behind, I said, yes, I can see the logic behind my DG's work. Thank you, sir. I think the curtain is gradually dropping on our program, but the chairman, as always, has the last word. And so, on that note, I'd like to invite His Excellency to please come and share his last words with us before the curtain finally drops. Your Excellency, sir. Thank you.
Spending enough money to face the sea, more important to us than land. If anybody grabs 1 inch of Nigerian land, you see the whole army and air force and everything, but we are not paying enough attention to the sea. The Navy, the other security agencies who have to man maritime domain control are not being funded enough. That is what I want to contribute to this forum, and to say that the NIA need to specially invite our lawmakers and let them go through this kind of program that you are presenting today. It is very important for our nation. Thank you so much for offering me this opportunity. Thank you. I have to leave the forum to go and say my prayers, but I'm back. Thank you so much, Mr. BG. I commend you for what you've been doing at NIA, together with your past colleagues who have kept this flag flying. Please keep it up. NIA is so important to Nigeria, and I hope our powers that be understand this and fund you appropriately. Thank you.
Well, let me go say admirals and save myself the pronoun. The most important thing is that you could see how everything rounds up, because he was also, apart from being a very great admiral, was also our chief negotiator for the World Trade Organization when he was our minister in charge of trade and industry, and commerce. So he did a very good job, and you will find out that we are not allowed as politicians to pay. One of our code of conduct as a politicians, never praise the military. Sort of our requirements. But you will notice that during our military rules, those states that had naval officers as governors, administrators, they were well served. And that's because of the multidisciplinary exposure, the international exposure of seafarers and Navy officers. What my job here, number one, is to save you time by not talking too much. Number two is to remind you that we have not wasted your time, and to summarize what we have done, and so that when you get home and people say, where did you go and what did you gain, you can spread the message. And I will assume that I'm addressing all Nigerians. I assume that you are senators and representatives in the National Assembly, and what can you do with this? The most important thing we need to understand is that it may sound esoteric, maritime domain awareness. Let me just replace one word: governance. What we are discussing is governance at sea and governance of our maritime resources, and it intersects our governance at home. So you can have sea blindness, you can have web blindness, but that will not surprise you if you already have governance blindness already. So the degree to which we are aware, we have what we call situational awareness or appreciation of our situation as a country. If we are aware of that, then we will know that everything that happens to us, on the positive or negative side, the constant is our governance. And governance, Chinua Achebe has summarized governance to mean leadership, because everything you need to make Nigeria great is in this room. And I know many of you will be asking questions, because I was asking myself, because you will notice that one of the highlights of my presidential run was to talk about resource theft. And at the MBA conference, I broke the news that a lot of our oil resources are being stolen. And I did visits. I went to many parts of our maritime corridors. I passed through your boys at NNS Thunder when I went to Focados to do, because I didn't want to be a politician who would just talk and not see, to go to all those places. So people will be asking the question, we have, okay, we have all of these platforms. Why is it that, even of recent, we are still saying that our crude oil is being stolen? So where was Falcon Eye? Was Falcon sleeping, or was Falcon blocking his eyes? So it may be that there's a problem of political will. It may be that the infrastructure, the architecture can be there, but maybe there's not enough loyalty to the country, or maybe some other sub-optimized interest. So it means that all of us here are stakeholders. So it is good that the people in authority, the professionals, are finding solutions. But those who are in politics, like me, ought to bring leadership into it and make issue mainstream. Lucky for me, I'm having very serious meetings between the opposition people and the government, incoming government people, sometime next week. And I will be your ambassador there to say, look, I went to a conference, whatever you people are arguing about, tribe and religion, that won't help you. If you focus on the sea, where there's no tribe and there's no religion, maybe you will solve your problems there. Then we already know, we have been told about the issue that, first, we know that we are just little islanders inside the sea. Our small planet is majorly water. So there's nothing we can do that will not impact on the sea, or the sea impact on us. That's what Admiral Akpan has told us. But today's paper, let us understand so that you don't go away and say, oh, there are many things we didn't talk about. Today's paper focus on security. So there are other aspects to it: safety, the blue economy, navigational opportunities, recreational opportunities, power projection, all those things. In fact, a lot of what we are discussing here has given a lot of assignment to the NIA. There are a lot of diplomatic protocols that needs to be developed, a lot of diplomatic engagement that needs to be developed. And you could see today that India is present here. It's an extension of diplomacy. And you can see everything you do in the world, your friend is also your competitor. So India is coming to talk to us, to see how they can work with us. They are also thinking of how to take Admiral Francis Akpan to India, to go and work for India. So that's how the world works. So we need to start to deal with it. And we have seen examples of how it has worked 5+5 in the Mediterranean Sea. But you could see from there, they have not managed to stop the problems that is most important to them. For example, this irregular migration. But you find out that the technology is there, the whole place is covered by radar and everything. But when a violator is at sea and is seen by Greece, Greece will say, I'm not going to be the one to go and capture them, because I capture them, I have to take them to my own country. Italy will say, I haven't seen them, don't report. So there are other diplomatic moves that need to be done. So sometimes when you see something happen, don't assume that the capacity is not there. Sometimes it is leadership problem, sometimes other factors talk about it. And then Admiral Akpan talked about action on land affect action at sea, and vice versa. I will also say that when developing the paper further, it should not limit to actions. It should also extend it to events. Because there are things that are not anthropomorphic, they are not caused by human beings, like what your brother Admiral noticed. What happened to them at sea? The weather situation was an event. It was not an action of any other person. So all of these things have to do with understanding what is going on. And then the last part is governance, which is the issue of harmonization. Because when you have all this intercalary of infrastructure, there is always this territorial fight. I believe that you can see how fantastically nice the DG has been to us. But if you try to amend the law to take some of his duties and give to the Navy, you will see that it's a serious fighter. So those are the things which leadership has to provide. to show that, well, you may lose it here, but it will redound on you positively elsewhere. And you will see that the coordinator of our security is the NSA. Even the NSA, in this administration, had to fight for his own life because everybody is competing with everybody. So to have that coordination is what we will assist the incoming government to do. So that from that center, if it's well harmonized and personal interest, career interest, procurement interest, all of those things are well managed, we will do better than we are doing. And then we are looking at the issue of partnership. And I've seen that our elder has talked about it. He didn't, because as a policy planner, he didn't want to make it controversial. But what he is asking us is that your partners are also your competitors. And the interest of America in the Gulf of Guinea and African does not mean 100% is our interest. And we need to be careful when we take this support to see that we do not reprioritize our interest to reflect the interest of the person who says assisting. So I think it's also on leadership. So by and large, the three things I will say in conclusion is that all these things lie in your hand because you are the voters. You are the one electing political leaders. And some of these issues should be added to the bouquet of what you consider when you are dealing with choosing leadership. Because these professionals, there's a limit to what they can do. Under our constitution, you are under political authority. And the leadership of that political authority, what they know, what motivates them, what they organize their political parties and ideas around is important. That's why people remember Nkrumah, remember Awolowo, remember all those other great leaders, Azikiwe and Ahmadu Bello and co. That is why, because political leadership is very important. Lastly, the community has a role to play. Anything that has to do with security has to do with the community. So if the communities have a better sense of equity and will cooperate with the law enforcement agencies, cooperate with the government, we will achieve a lot and the benefits will come to everybody, not only those in uniform, but those in government. So I thank you for your attention.
So much, Doctor. I trust we all enjoyed today's episode of Roundtable Discussion. It is enriching and very, very impactful, isn't it? Please clap for yourselves. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, please I crave your esteemed indulgence to stand on the already established protocols. With deep sense of gratitude and responsibility, I want to say on behalf of the staff and management of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs that we extend our heartfelt appreciation to everyone present today. If not for you, I don't think we will have such an impactful experience we just witnessed. Thank you so much. Chief among those we are thanking is Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency. Mr. Chairman, I've read lots about you on papers and I've watched you on television. This is the first time I'm seeing you, and I can say, with your personality and your person put in front of this country, we are surely going to step into our El Dorado. Thank you so much for sparing your time for us. And again, I want to also appreciate the efforts of our ever assiduous and dutiful Director General. I call him the Capacity DG, the Director General of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs, Professor Egusa Emmanuel Osagai, for putting in place all modalities to make this roundtable discourse impactful and fruitful. Thank you so much, sir. Also, our Capacity DG of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, Dr. Bashir Jamo. I can say, sir, that you are an encyclopedia of erudition, a round peg in a round hole. Please clap for him. You know, when a man is speaking, you determine and define a man through his achievement. Before Doctor stepped in as the DG of NIMASA, you heard what was happening in that particular sector and our water environment. Before he came in, we were experiencing water attacks like 6 times in a week. But as a DG of NIMASA, I think for the past a year and a half, nothing of such has happened. Please clap for him. Then our super keynote speaker, Rear Admiral Francis Akpan, retired but not tired. He's not tired. I think every university in the world will be fortunate to have him as a lecturer on maritime studies. Yes, he qualifies to be so. With short explanations on all concepts surrounding maritime administration, surrounding maritime domain awareness and all security issues and steps we should take as the tallest child of Africa to safeguard our waters. I'm sure the keynote speaker did justice with the subject. Please clap for him. So many dignitaries here present at time may not permit me. The representatives from AAPW, the representatives from the India Council, special guests from the Body of Christ led by Right Reverend Solomon Okoro and his spouse, Rear Admiral A.O. Olubode, thank you, sir. Elder Dr. Elias Uman, thank you for your presence. Elder F. Akban, thank you. Austin Obiepe of the LDA, thank you for your presence. The former GMD of First Bank, Mr. UK Eke, we appreciate your presence, sir. Reverend D.K. Ewa and Dr. Owen Obaseki, the Otaifo of Igbodo Kingdom. Thank you for your presence and your entourage. Mr. Emeka Ogu, Rear Admiral J.F. Martin, and our virtual commentator, we say thank you for making such impactful remark. And to all esteemed members of the Nigeria Institute of International Affairs, present and those of you, we say thank you for sparing your time for this event. For your information, the NIIA, under the distinguished directors of our DG, is fully lubricated and is fully repositioned, so to speak, and very charged to set itself high on formulating issues relating to foreign policy and international affairs. That is why every now and then the DG takes it upon himself to ensure that we have episodes, events, symposiums, seminars as this that will enrich body of knowledge to further strengthen us as the giant of Africa and to make sure that we chart a course and a path that will be fruitful in our relationship with the international world. I wish you all safe journey back to your respective destinations. I say thank you.
Thank you, along with our esteemed participants online. We want to appreciate you all, and okay, you did. Okay, thank you very much. There was something else you did. I forgive you. You are very young. I told you that Rear is a resource person for the NIA Ocean Governance Center. You are talking about other universities all over the world wanting him.
Thank you for a life of God, for all he did for you and for humanity. Take all the glory in Jesus' name. We thank you for the family left behind, the wife and children, grandchildren and relatives. Thank you for standing by them. Your love unto them. Accept our thanks in Jesus' name. To remember with thanksgiving unto you our our dear father, former executive governor of Ondo State. Lord, we pray that your Holy Spirit will come down and tabernacle with us in the name of Jesus Christ. All we shall do in this place, this we give glory and honor to your name. Lord, we pray for our dear mother, Chief Dr. Olufunke Agabu, and our children. You have been supporting them for these 10 years. You will not leave them. You will not forsake them. Lord God Almighty, your hand as a father, we seize this opportunity to pray for Nigeria, our fatherland. Please bless Nigeria. Lord, your son, Olusegun Agabu, worked tirelessly for building Nigeria. Those of us who are still on the stage, the grace to do so, in order to see a new Nigeria, a Nigeria where there is peace, a Nigeria with economic viability. May you do this for us in the name of Jesus Christ. In the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Lord, for hearing our prayer. And so in your name, we start this program. In the name of God the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Now
If you don't give up,
before we take the next contestant is simply goes by the name King Femi Silva. King Femi Silva is contestant number 5 for tonight.
Ọjọ́ àìrí ó padà lẹ́yìn mi, ọmọ pupa, òye tẹ́ẹ̀ni o, àyànfẹ́ ni o, èjì wù mí, yẹn lọ sí sí o, èèyàn nananana, ṣáná láti lè dáná. Yẹn lọ sí sí, farabalẹ̀ kò fẹ́ bá mi ṣe, ṣé wọ́n lò fẹ́? Owó tí wọ́n ẹ̀ ṣe, ṣọlá ló fẹ́, máa fọ lábá ẹ̀ ṣe, ṣòro tí ọjọ́ àìrí jẹ, ìwọ ló dúró ti bí o, ọjọ́ àìrí ni ó padà lẹ́yìn mi, ọmọ pupa, oore tẹ̀lé o, yẹn ló ti sí o, jọ̀wọ́ mo gbádùn ẹ o, ọmọ pupa o, yẹn ló ti sí o, ọmọ pupa lẹ́mí fẹ́. Ọmọ pupa o, jọ̀wọ́ mo gbádùn ẹ o.
And not just a colleague of mine, a comrade in politics, and a good one at that. When the foundation was formed, I was a little bit apprehensive because I don't know how we will keep it going. You are a saboteur. But we have kept it going, and it's grown very well for the last 10 years. I want to appreciate and commend the Board of Trustees. I haven't tried to establish and run a foundation myself. I know how difficult it can be. Sustain. And you as chairman. Sorry. I was confused that it's because of your weight. And I realized that in this type of thing, weight doesn't matter. Raji, thank you very, very much. I appreciate all the members that I've seen on this picture. Himself. I think I saw Kashim Ibrahim. Well, I appreciate all of you. Well, this evening is an evening of enjoyment, entertainment, relaxation, and of course, encouraging talent. I know a lot of things about Shegun when he was alive. I did not know that he's a high life enthusiast. Now that I know that, well, whenever I see I will connect Shegun's enthusiasm with it. But the point really of this evening, after the entertainment and enjoyment and relaxation, is that what we are doing is to look for talent wherever we can find them and encourage them in any walks of life. When my brother here celebrated his 60th birthday, was it his 60th? 60. 60. 60. He invited me and I went there. And when I got there, when I said I was coming, that time I was in Asovilla. Somebody came to me and said, "Sir, you as President of Nigeria, you are going to attend an entertainer's birthday." I nearly slapped him. And when I got to the celebration, which I went in full force of the power of a president. I said to him, you want to encourage people who excel in whatever they do. And he is one. In the music world, in Nigeria, he has excelled, and he must be congratulated and commended. Kó wá gbà kó wá fún wa ní ìta máa fi jó lọ. Wẹ́ẹ́ ká dúpẹ́.
Plenty of money is too much. If you must go, don't bother yourself. Please let her go, nobody cares. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care. If you marry lorry driver,
every one of them gets to be celebrated. Please, a round of applause for the contestants, for the artists, talented, young, vibrant Nigerians. Ordinarily, by being on this platform, it means a lot to their career. So this is the part. That's the first. Just step forward a bit. That's fine. That's fine. Ink. Step forward. King Femi Silva. So we have one more spot. One more spot. Who would you people like to take the last spot? Who? Who? I can't hear you. I can't hear you like. Sonia Ade. You know, Ebenezer Obeni.
PSG Global Music.
So the last one, PSG Global Music. So, gentlemen, this is where you've come to the end of the road, but your career starts from here. Your career takes off from here. Celebrate them with a round of applause. I swear to God, it's Bible that came to my head now. You realize that when the Bible says the first shall be the last and the last shall be the first, that is the scripture that just happened right now. The first two that... So now the problem is who will come first out of the four of you now. Please, guys, take a step back. Take a step back. Thank you. You may go. And then, are you ready for the next round? Okay.
The rest of the existing protocols. We're going a little bit off script. This was not in the plan, at least not as far as everyone knew. But we thought it would be a shame to let today go by without honoring and celebrating the people who have made this happen. The Board of Trustees of the Olusegun Agagu Foundation. For the last 10 years, tirelessly, they have stood up and really stood for us. Every single one of them has served. We had members who served for the entire duration of these last 10 years. We have new members who have been added in the last 2 years. And they have served with enthusiasm, with diligence. I mean, we see these events happen every September. Many may not know that the planning actually starts as early as January, February, and they're there, they're flying all around trying to get speakers, they're raising money. They don't just talk, they act. It's a doing board of trustees. And their focus is not just, I mean, they do so many things. There's the memorial lectures, there's the prizes, there's the bursaries. And I can tell you, many of them won't want us to say, but a lot of what you see is actually funded by them. They put their money where their mouths are. So without further ado, I'll invite my darling sister Momi to come and support me as we invite the Board of Trustees of the Olusegun Agagu Foundation. So I need some help, please. If someone can help me with the award so we can make it quick. I'll start with the chairman, Dr. Adeleke. Mr. Akinyaruwa Joy. Auntie Marie Ekpere lives in Ibadan, so she's not here physically. And Professor Fawale also had to step down from the board a couple of years ago. But I think it's important that we recognize them. We have to take them. Can we have two ushers to help us with taking out the awards, please? Uncle Chief, as he's very fondly called, Chief Akinyaluwa, who's not here today, but he's ably represented to inviting keynote speakers. He's always been there and part of the strategy. He has flown personally 3 times to go and invite former presidents of countries in Africa at his cost. And he has taken my brother Faye, and that's a very interesting story because he hates flying, with him. And because of him, we have been able to invite these presidents to come and speak at these events in Nigeria. He's always there alongside Mommy. Every year you'll see Mrs. Obasanjo also present. So we'd also like to invite His Excellency the President, President Obasanjo, former President Obasanjo, and Mrs. Obasanjo to join us as the Grand Patron of the Foundation. We've heard from the President's mouth how hard it is to run a foundation. So we just really like to acknowledge your support, to thank you for your support. We couldn't have done this without you. We thank you for standing with us to remember our father every single year, year in, year out. We thank you for the love, because this is nothing more than an expression of love. We're grateful for you. We pray for you. Thank you for being part of the family. Thank you for establishing his legacy. Thank you for helping us all to leave the world better than we met it. Thank you.
Celebrate everyone who's been a part of. Thank you so much. God himself will honor all of you in Jesus' name. At this point, so that we can keep the momentum going, I'm going to respectfully also invite His Excellency, former Governor, and also former Minister, Otumbani Adebayo, to deliver the book review while we quickly go to that. We go to that item on the program.
A decade of legacy. I thank the Olusegun Agagu Foundation for the invitation to be here today. I would like to especially commend the Board of Trustees and the entire team for putting together a very thrilling, high quality and truly memorable event, yet another in the series of high impact activities that have been held in honor of the late Dr. Olusegun Agagu since he passed away 10 years ago today. I extend my felicitations to the Agagu family, rejoicing with them that the family has not only been preserved since the loss of their patriarch, but has even been expanded. I'm sure Egbon would be very proud if he could look down and see you all now. I am honored to have been invited to review the book, The Olusegun Agagu Foundation, A Decade of Legacy, a compendium of policy papers from the Foundation's annual memorial lectures, which have held over the past decade and featured eminent speakers from Africa and beyond, including former presidents, prime ministers, business titans, academic heavyweights, and other world leaders. This book is a testament to the commitment of the Foundation to its mission to immortalize the name and legacy of the late Dr. Olusegun Agagu, and to further the ideals he lived by and worked passionately toward, particularly intellectual excellence, good governance, and national development. This is quite a weighty mandate, and yet the book manages to live up to all three elements and lends credence to the power of informed discourse to shape a nation's destiny. A Decade of Legacy is divided into 9 major sections, chronologically ordered by the year of delivery. Each year focuses on a different topic and has several experts speaking to different perspectives of the subject matter, which are good governance, resources policy and the economy, the imperatives of regional cooperation and integration in Africa, wealth creation through entrepreneurship in changing economic cycles, women, a needed force in politics and the polity, climate change and the problem of population migration in Africa, embracing culture as a driver of progress, entrepreneurship, intergenerational approaches to building wealth, and finally, leadership and geopolitical shifts. Each section then features speeches by some of the most respected thinkers and leaders in Africa, all experts in their respective fields, who have given insights that are invaluable and evergreen. I believe the foundation deserves to be commended for the quality of the speakers who have contributed to the memorial lectures year after year. In addition to the quality discourse, the breadth of the speakers is also praiseworthy, drawing former presidents, both of this nation and beyond, other political and societal heavyweights, academic giants, business titans, young entrepreneurs, and even civil society and the development sector. This is a significant attribute, as the diversity ensures the audience benefits from a wealth of knowledge and perspective. It also ensures that the dialogue is multifaceted and inclusive, which tends to spur innovative thinking and greater cooperation as we seek solutions to national and global challenges. Inclusivity in public discourse is vital in a nation as diverse as Nigeria and must be actively cultivated and supported. The speeches themselves provide insights into the challenges facing Africa, but more interestingly, also the opportunities. Better still, these insights have been given by leaders across the continent and beyond, who have real experience working to surmount state challenges or to realize said opportunity. For example, Her Excellency Dr. Amina Gurib Fakim, former President of the Republic of Mauritius, speaks to the challenges of climate change and population migration, an almost existential threat to Mauritius, as it is one of the world's small island developing states which are most at risk. Her insights around ensuring that climate action is fully integrated into all development planning, while ensuring the poorest and most vulnerable are included, were illuminating, as was her statement, and I quote, "Their future is no longer a choice between a growing economy and a cleaner planet, because their survival depends on both," unquote. His Excellency President Edem Kojo of Togo spoke to resource management and the role of Nigeria in building a stronger and more united Africa. We see the import of this at play as our continent now navigates both the African Continental Free Trade Area as well as regional tensions and geopolitical shifts. These are just a few of the gems contained within the pages of this compendium. In this wise, the book is certainly a valuable resource for anyone who is interested in Africa and in helping to drive progress in Africa. The speeches provide insights into the continent's history, culture, and economy. I believe that this book is an important contribution to the literature on Africa. It is a must-read for anyone who wants to learn more about the continent and its potential, right from the very people who are driving positive change within it every day. In summary, this policy compendium can be considered a worthy achievement and another feather the Foundation's cap. Furthermore, the book is a testament to the Foundation's dedication to preserving the legacy of Dr. Olusegun Agagu. He was a renowned statesman and great patriot, and the Foundation is doing important work in his name. From the star-studded attendance at this event, we can see how much people loved him and still want to remember and celebrate him. However, a seminal book such as this has the potential to expand on this exponentially. For while the Olusegun Agagu Memorial Lectures have emerged as a beacon of insight, meaningful conversations intended to influence national and global policy direction, enclosing the valuable learnings from each of these lectures into this compendium is a sure way to extend their reach, ensuring even more people benefit from the activities of the Foundation, possibly into the far-off future. I therefore urge all of us to read this book and imbibe its ethos. It is a powerful call to action which challenges us all to be part of the solutions that we seek. I encourage you to find some recommendation that makes a personal connection or resonates with you, and then do something about it. Then, and only then, can we make Nigeria, Africa, and the world a better place. I thank you all. Thank you.
Nigerians are very bold now. A giver. When I saw his name for book launch, I said, right person. Please join me in welcoming Prince Adeshi Hastro as he leads the companion. Auntie Vicky, what God has joined together.
I was wondering how they were able to keep this tempo till today. And until I got here, I'm not really surprised. First, with Power Sanjo behind them, he has a Midas touch. Right from civil war to being a military president and civilian president, he did a lot for the country. So that tells a lot about his capability. And then when I now saw who is the chairman of this foundation, Dr. Adeleke, I was surprised they are even scouting for a launcher. Because Dr. Adeleke, that I know closely, but for Davido, is a quiet billionaire in dollars. So I'm not surprised that they've gone this far. Ditto for Chief Akinyele. His name opened door in this country. Then, finally, like Power Basanjo rightly pointed out, I want to thank Chief Dr. Olufunke Agagu and the children. In fact, I will give her another name today, Ruth. Not many women will do what she's doing. And she has really changed the marriage vow. It is often said, for better, for worse, till death do us part. But this marriage is till eternity. So I thank you very much for the efforts you have been putting in, and I also thank other members of this foundation. They must be very brilliant people and of high quality. You can see even from the book being launched today, the quality is superb. So, like I said, if I had known that Dr. Adeleke is the chairman, you know, I would have turned this invitation down. But at the same time, I will launch this book, you know, with my widow's mite, with 20 million. Thank you. Thank you. President Obasanjo, Dr. Adeleke, Dr. Ruth Olufunke Agagu, Madam, to co-launch these books for me, and my governor, Governor Adeleke. Dr. Adeleke, Dr. Adebayo. Dr. Adebayo, my governor.
Mr. Festus Keyamo would have loved to be here, but today there is an international event happening in Abuja, Africa and Indian Ocean Aviation Week exhibition and seminar, and he'll be hosting some ministers of aviation in Africa. So he has delegated me to represent him. I will talk a little about Dr. Olusegun Agagu. I worked with him in 1999. I was the first person of contact of the Minister of Aviation to receive him as a protocol officer then, as a level 10 officer. And I worked very closely with him. And through him, I got to know some circle of his friends, Dr. Adiliji, Baba Akinola, General Mobolaji Johnson, and all of them. Anywhere he traveled to within Nigeria, I must be with him. I enter his bedroom, Ibadan and Abuja. I work very closely with him, a workaholic. Mommy here, I've never served a minister of aviation that so much love his people, that work closely with them. Mommy will personally serve me, say, Ejibunu, your food is ready. And I will eat on the same dining table that Dr. Agagu was eating then. 10 minutes when we were at Ibadan, Ejibunu, your food is ready. Thank you, ma'am. I will never forget such kind of affection that you people show out on us. When he became governor, I visited him in Akure. He welcomed me warmly. While I was going, Mommy gave me 10 yards of brocade. And in a short, I flew on the same aircraft from Akure to Abuja with the governor then. So I will never forget those memories. Thank you, ma'am. And may his soul continue to rest in peace. All things that I've said about him, they are true. And he's somebody that plays politics without bitterness. I will relate two incidences that happened. As the Minister for Aviation then, when he assumed office, we went to Akure to see Baba Adefarati. It's never common in Nigeria that you relate with somebody you contested the election with, and you now became a federal minister. And you know, minister, they are mighty. He went there and they discussed about the development of Ondo State. I was physically present when they received us at Alaga government house. And when Lamadesina, the governor of Oyo State, wanted to host all federal ministers of Western Nigeria, statute, it was only Dr. Dagu that was in Ibadan. I followed him. He was the only person. That is politics without bitterness. Some people will use federal might to run down their governor, but it was not like that. So when Mommy called me and said he wanted to about this event, and now, ma, it's an opportunity for us to invite the new Minister of Aviation. And he sent the letter, and I personally delivered to the Honorable Minister. And I told him what he did as Minister of Aviation. He started the modernization of Muritala Mohammed Airport, and through him, Ministry of Aviation and Federal Airport of Nigeria were on bundle. We now have NAMA, Nigeria Airspace Management Authority, and Nigeria Civil Aviation. These are some of the things that he did to make aviation safe for us in Nigeria. On that note, Professor Feyamo said
I should donate the sum of 1 million naira to support the foundation. Personally, I will donate 200,000 naira. Thank you.
The Federal Republic of Nigeria, governors, ministers present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I don't belong to the 20 million category, but I am one of the honorable members of the State House of Assembly that work with Agagu. And because the Olusegun Obasanjo is here, I want to say one or two things that would demonstrate what the extent of the humor that you found in Agagu. When the IG, Chief Sunday Ehidero, was made an IG, His Excellency was the governor of Ondo State. I was the legislator with him. We had a banquet to honor him because he's from Ondo State. We had a DG who was the MC. He mistakenly called Chief Sunday Ehidero. He called him Sunday Adewusi, who was the long-time IG2. So everybody corrected him. We shouted. The governor shouted. He said he's sorry, Chief Sunday Ehidero. To cut the long story short, at the point when he called His Excellency to come and talk, he said, at this point, let me invite the governor of Ondo State, His Excellency Olusegun Agagu, to come and make a speech. When they handed over the microphone to the governor, he said, please, can everybody rise up and say, praise the Lord? Nobody knew what he meant. So we all rose up and said, praise the Lord. But I'll tell you why I say praise the Lord. To show the humor in Agagu, you can't have a dull moment with him. He now explained. He said his heart had been beating, and he was very scared that the MC might introduce him as Olusegun Obasanjo. I can never forget that event. On my personal note, Agagu lives on. If Olusegun Agagu lives on. I want to buy a copy for 200,000 naira.
Very first act coming out.
What you say? Let go run it down. Let go hold it. Let go it. Say let go feel it. Yeah. Let go run it down. Let go hold it.
Ó wà ọ̀rá ìtọ́jú dẹ́rẹ́dì là ṣe ń kọ́lé fún nínú ilé. Pampa. The money is not yet. Orin owó. Ha! Good. So take photo of Ajinare Baba. Abami that before father. Ya photo every wo mi jọ. Okay. Yeah. So all of you are winners. All of you have taken pictures with the king.
So like you said, you all are winners. I don't like this position. I don't like it, but you know you're winners, and for the sake of the competition, second runner-up PSG.
First runner-up, ladies and gentlemen.
Loving.
Area boy. Gen Z. Gen Z, the only one winner. I like Gen Z. All right. Oh, hold on. We have just two more. Can the last two just step out? Only one person can do. Just stay right there. Stay right there. Only one more need to call. But please, a round of applause for the two of them. Everyone here.
And the winner is King Femi.
Oh, I'm emotional. Oh, Asake Island. And ladies and gentlemen, please, I think we should give a resounding round of applause to the last woman standing. Join them for pictures. Yeah, I'd like to invite Mr. Peter to quickly do a short. We'll give you 250,000. Sorry, they said my love. I don't understand. You said they said they make it 500. You said we should add 100,000 a day. So, Auntie, your money is now 600,000. Nigerian woman from million is far from God's name. Vote of thanks and peace.
Permit me to stand on existing protocols. All we can say is thank you. It's 10 years and it's been by very, very, very fast. I remember His Excellency Chief Olusegun, after year 1, we weren't even sure what direction to go, how we went to the next year. But looking back in the meantime, when my mom was praying this morning, I said we have every reason to be grateful. Because 10 years, as I said in the program, has been nothing but miracles, back to 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 back. Miracles in family, personal lives, positive testimonies, through and through. We've been doing the boring lectures for the first 9 years. Chief King Sonny, thank you very much, sir. We got the opportunity to surprise my dad with a highlight show in that one year. We were able to work with a fantastic Steve Rhodes band. Steve Rhodes is dead now. I do like song here. Tyrone Gola, Orlando Julius, Victor Rifo, Sonny, Ebenezer Obey, and folks. And I think we had a fantastic show. Since then is when we got to thinking that the man was very much into this highlight business. It was so much it was even giving it away as presents. I don't know how many people kept them. Even for me, I kept it under my staircase. I'm not sure if anybody was listening to it. Special thank you to the judges. Thank you. Uncle, thank you. YG, thank you very, very, very much. I'm sure you can see everybody was aligned with your decision. It's just fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you for your time, your dedication, and making it interesting for everybody. Your Excellency, sir. Thank you very much, Uncle. Thanks for coming. Uncle, thank you very much, sir. Prince and Mrs., thank you. Excellency, man. Thank you very, very much. We're very happy to make it out there. For all the supporting cast, all these things you're seeing going on. Cruise events, thank you. Of course, tech sites, Wallis's child, pyrotechnics, lights thing going. And of course, Sister Sasha. Thank you very, 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 very much. To the foundation, Optia. Thank you very much, Auntie Shalakwe. Chief Mrs. Akinye representing her husband. Thank you. Chief Akinye always provides this hall for us every day. We've been doing it for the last 10 years. Thank you very much. Uncle Miwa, welcome to Lagos. Thank you very much. You came all the way from Canada. Thank you very, very much. My chairman, Oil Chairman, thank you very much. The strong banker, Uncle Kylie, thank you very much. I'm missing Uncle Femi is hiding somewhere in our other partner. For those absent, use this as a point of contact for Uncle Yemi Food. He's not been feeling well, so we thank him and wish speedy recovery. To my family, always I have, everybody always asking me to come on the stage, but the girls that actually need it are those girls who like that. I have no idea what to do. Thank you, sisters. Thank you, Mom. Fantastic. Shalakwe for the book. I really don't know how you put this off within 2 weeks. Mom for the planning. Mama for the contacts. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We have an idea how we're going to do the 11, but one way or the other, we'll figure it out. Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying with us. This is the Biscon Television News Hour. I am Gloria Anazia Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, Rivers State Governor Fubara signs 800 billion naira 2024 appropriation bill into law. Proliferation of illegal oil refineries worrisome, says NSCDC Commandant General. Business. Ipman gets new president, assures of adequate petrol supply. Foreign. Finland to sign defense pact with United States of America. Sports. Rebecca Welch to be first female Premier League referee. And now the news in full. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has signed into law the 2024 appropriation bill of 800 billion naira a day after he presented the budget estimates to the State House of Assembly led by Edison Ehie. Ehie and his loyalists subsequently approved the bill and the governor assented to it today. The signing ceremony was held in the conference room of the governor's office at the Government House. The ceremony was witnessed by the Deputy Governor, Professor Ngozi Odu, some leaders of the State Executive Council, present and former lawmakers who support Governor Fubara, and some chairmen of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, at the local government areas. The governor, in his address, said the estimated 800 billion naira tagged budget of renewed hope, consolidation and continuity will be well implemented to provide critical infrastructure like the second phase of the landmark Trans-Kalabari Road and meet the socio-economic needs of the people. On his part, Edison Ehie, one of those contending the speakership seat in the Rivers State House of Assembly, commended the governor's foresight in expanding infrastructure and youth development through employment generation. The Rivers State chapter of the All Progressives Congress said the embattled 27 members of the House of Assembly do not need the demolished House of Assembly complex or a physical structure to carry out their duties. This was disclosed when the State Caretaker Committee led a delegation to the national headquarters of the APC in Abuja. The 27 lawmakers loyal to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, recently defected from the People's Democratic Party to the APC. A faction of the House of Assembly loyal to the state governor, Siminalayi Fubara, has since declared their seats vacant. Addressing newsmen, Chairman of the Rivers APC Committee, Chief Tony Okocha, reiterated that for as long as a mace is present in their midst, the majority of legislators can meet to deliberate anywhere. Okocha, an ally of the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, also justified the defection of the House of Assembly members, saying that their action was not an aberration. The Commandant General, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Ahmed Audi, has expressed worry over the rising state of illegal crude oil refineries in the country. Audi stated this at the NSCDC Commandant General's quarterly summit at the Corps headquarters in Abuja. He said despite the high number of illegal refineries that had been destroyed by operatives of the Corps, it was worrisome to still notice the establishment of more illegal refineries. He further said that as part of the Corps efforts to tackle pipeline vandalism and crude oil theft, 4 suspects conveying 3,850 liters of adulterated automotive gas oil were arrested in Imo State. He noted that the suspects ranging from 28 to 35 years old were intercepted by the Commandant General's Special Intelligence Squad at Oba Agwa Autonomous Community of the state. The new Commissioner of Police in Lagos, Adegoke Fayoade, has assured the provision of watertight security during and after the Christmas and New Year celebrations in the state. Fayoade gave the assurance while interacting with newsmen after taking over as the new CP in Lagos Command. Fayoade took over the baton of leadership from DCP Wahid Ayilara, who was the acting CP. He said that the command was going to work in synergy with other security agencies to secure all areas of Lagos through the air, land, and water. He also promised to check the perennial traffic across the state. He, however, commended the state governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State for his unwavering support and commitment to the issue of security and safety in the state. The Ogun State government has described the recently approved Kajola Dry Port as a game changer in the economy of the state. The state said that when it kick-started, it would create at least 40,000 jobs for both skilled and unskilled workers. This was just as it assured all stakeholders that their interest had been captured in the project, adding that the construction of the dry port would expand the internally generated revenue for the state, reduce transport and transaction costs, and attract various infrastructure and regional development projects, amongst others. The Commissioner for Transportation, Olugbenga Dairo, disclosed this in a statement sent to journalists in the state capital, Abeokuta. Dairo said efforts had reached an advanced stage in actualizing the Governor Dapo Abiodun administration's vision for the envisioned dry port at Kajola Papalanto in the Iwekuru local government area of the state. Let's take a short break. We'll be back with business news. Stay tuned, please. Welcome back. This is Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has assured motorists and other consumers that its members will work around the clock to ensure that petrol is available during the Christmas and New Year holidays. The newly elected president of the association, Alhaji Abubakar Garima, who spoke to journalists in Abuja shortly after taking over from Mr. Chinedu Okoronkwo, said the group would work with NNPC Limited to ensure that its members were adequately supplied during the season. While calling for unity among marketers, he said the new national executives will work for all independent marketers to create the enabling environment to grow the downstream sector of the oil and gas industry. Speaking earlier, the IPMAN's Board of Trustee Chairman, Alhaji Aminu Abdul Kadir, who commended the members of IPMAN for the successful election and handover to a new set of executives, said the event was historical as it marked a peaceful change of leadership. He noted that as the group with the largest number of petrol stations across the country, creating a united group was critical to the growth of the business. The benchmark index of the Nigerian Exchange Limited All-Share Index rose by 0.55% on Wednesday at 72,299.79 points, thus crossing the 72,000 basis points for the first time in history. This was as trading activities on the Nigerian exchange entered the fourth day of positive trading, which resulted in a 415 billion naira gain for equity market investors. On November 1, the All-Share Index crossed the 70,000 mark milestone to close at 70,581.76. This had followed days of sustained bullish trading. Thus far, the year-to-date gain of the All-Share Index has risen above 40%. At the close of trading, the market capitalization rose by 0.55% to close at 39.563 trillion naira, meaning 215 billion naira was added to the investors' wealth. You're still watching Biscon TV News. Up next is foreign news. Stay tuned, please. On the foreign scene, Finland will on Monday, December 18, sign a defense cooperation agreement with the United States. The Finnish government said on Thursday to grant the United States military broad access across the Nordic country to the vicinity of its long border with Russia. Russia's Nordic neighbor, Finland, became the NATO military alliance's newest member earlier this year in response to Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine. The agreement with the United States is aimed at allowing swift military access and an aid to Finland in case of conflict, officials said ahead of the announcement. The agreement lists its facilities and areas in Finland to which the United States military will have unimpeded access, and where it can also store military equipment and ammunition. The areas will include 4 air bases, a military port, and railway access to northern Finland, where the US military will have a storage area alongside a railway that leads up to the Russian border, the agreement showed. Up next is sports news. Join us again. And now for sports. Rebecca Welch is set to become the first woman to referee a Premier League match after being appointed to officiate Fulham vs Burnley on Saturday, December 23rd. Sam Allison will also become the first black official to referee a Premier League game since Uriah Renee in 2008, when he takes charge of Sheffield United vs Luton on Boxing Day. Welch has long been a trailblazer in men's football, having become the first woman to be appointed to referee an EFL match in April 2021 and the first to take charge of a men's FA Cup fixture in January 2022. The 40-year-old has also previously refereed in the National League, while she regularly officiates in the WSL and appeared at the Women's World Cup earlier this year. Allison will make the step up to the Premier League after several seasons in the EFL. He was promoted to the Championship at the start of the 2023-2024 season. Under Howard Webb, PGMOL, the body that oversees Premier League match officials, has sought to increase diversity. And now let's take a break, and then when we come back, we'll join entertainment news.
Hello and welcome to Showbiz News. Nigeria shareholder Effiong Bassi, popularly known as Hilda Bassi, has revealed that she does not want any man who knows how to cook. She explained that she loves cooking, stressing that one way she would like to express her love to her partner. The former Guinness World Record holder said, rather than her man cooking for her, she would prefer her man to order her food. Expatiating on her passion for cooking, Hilda Bassi noted her willingness to be awakened at midnight to prepare a dinner for a significant other. In another story, the wife of Will Smith, Jada Smith, has disclosed that the infamous slap her husband gave Chris Rock during a concert saved their marriage. In an interview with Newsman, Jada revealed that the occurrence was a watershed moment in her life and made her realize she would never leave Will. She referred to the aftermath of the incident as the holy slap, emphasizing that the controversial time was followed by positive outcomes. And that's all for today on Showbiz News. Welcome to Movie Trailer. And I'll be talking about the movie Missing. While a mother disappears while on vacation in Colombia with her new boyfriend, June's search for answers is hindered by international red tape. Stuck thousands of miles away in Los Angeles, June creatively used all the latest technology at her fingertips to try and find her before it's too late. However, as she digs even deeper, our digital snooping soon raises more questions than answers. In another movie, Best Christmas Ever. Every year at Christmas, Jackie sends a coffee newsletter to her friend, Charlotte. Fate brings Charlotte to Jackie's doorstep, and as a result, Charlotte tries to prove that her friend's life is not perfect. And that's all for today on Movie Trailer.
And that's it for the news, but before we go, let's listen to the headlines one more time. On the national scene, Rivers State Governor Fubara signs 800 billion naira 2024 appropriation bill into law. Proliferation of illegal oil refineries worrisome, says NSCDC Commandant General. On the business scene, Ipman gets new president, assures of adequate petrol supply. On the foreign scene, Finland to sign defense pact with United States of America. And for sports, Rebecca Welch to be first female Premier League referee. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thanks so much for watching. Compliments of the season.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Hello and welcome to Biscon Television Foreign News today. I'm Stella Opara. We'll begin with some of the headlines. U.S. has votes to authorize President Joe Biden impeachment inquiry. Australian woman jailed for 20 years for death of her 4 children has conviction quashed. Israel vows to fight on in Gaza despite deadly ambush and rising international pressure. And President Putin tells Russia his war objectives are unchanged. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. The U.S. House of Representatives has voted to formalize its impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. Lawmakers voted along party lines to back a resolution that Republicans say will give them more power to gather evidence and enforce legal demands. 3 Republican-led House committees alleged bribery and corruption during Mr. Biden's tenure as Vice President. But they have yet to present evidence of wrongdoing, and Mr. Biden says his opponents are attacking him with lies. The lower chamber of Congress, which Republicans control by a slim 8-seat margin, approved the inquiry on Wednesday afternoon by a vote of 221 to 212. In a statement, House Speaker Mike Johnson said the chamber will not prejudge the investigation's outcome, but the evidentiary record is impossible to ignore. A formal impeachment investigation that leads to a House vote and a Senate trial could represent a major headache for the president in the midst of an election year. Now, a court in Senegal has ordered that jailed opposition leader and presidential aspirant Ousmane Sonko be reinstated on the electoral register. A government lawyer said it would appeal against the ruling, renewing doubts on whether he will be able to run for president in elections due in February. He was struck off the electoral roll after being sentenced in June to 2 years imprisonment for morally corrupting a young person. The charges stem from allegations made by a massage therapist. However, he has denied any wrongdoing. In July, he was charged with insurrection and endangering state security, but is yet to be tried. He has repeatedly maintained that the cases are politically motivated to prevent him from contesting the election. A woman imprisoned for 20 years over the deaths of her 4 children and pardoned in June saw her convictions quashed by New South Wales State on Thursday, with her lawyer saying she plans to claim substantial compensation. Kathleen Folbig was convicted in 2003 of murdering 3 of her children and of manslaughter in the death of her 4th. Folbig maintained her innocence and said the children had died of natural causes over a decade, from 1989 to 1999. In 2019, an initial inquiry into the case reaffirmed Folbig's guilt. But in 2022, a second inquiry led by a former Chief Justice found new evidence suggested 2 of the children had a genetic mutation that may have caused their deaths. Folbig was released from prison in June this year after being pardoned. Folbig's lawyer, Rani Regal, said her legal team was preparing a claim for substantial compensation for her wrongful imprisonment. The case, which relied predominantly on circumstantial evidence, caused controversy among scientists and statisticians, some of whom were part of the campaign to secure Folbig's release. Plan for Italy to send tens of thousands of asylum seekers to Albania for processing has been temporarily blocked by the Albanian Supreme Court. The top court ordered a hearing next month to decide whether the deal violates Albania's constitution. Under the agreement, the Italian government will build 2 centers in northern Albania to process 36,000 people, hoping to reach Italy a year. But the opposition in both countries and rights groups have criticized it. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and her Albanian counterpart Edi Rama signed the agreement last month. Under the deal, some 3,000 people a month who had attempted to reach Italy by sea will be detained in 2 processing centers near the northeastern port of Schengen while their asylum claims were examined. The centers will be paid for by the Italian government and will be under Italian law. Italian staff would be responsible for operations and would have immunity from Albanian law in certain cases. Once migrants' asylum claims had been assessed, Italy will be responsible for either resettling them from the centers to Italy or deporting them. The top court ruled on Thursday that the appeals should be considered in further hearings, which automatically suspended ratification of the law. We'll take a short break now to come back with more stories. Stay tuned. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now to Israel-Hamas war. Israel has vowed to keep fighting in Gaza until it crushes Hamas after one of the deadliest single battles of the war for its soldiers, even as it faces mounting international calls for a ceasefire and unease on the part of its closest ally, the United States. The ambush in Gaza City showed Hamas is still able to fight in some of the hardest hit areas, more than 2.5 months into a massive air and ground war aimed at destroying its military capabilities. Israel has imposed a total siege on northern Gaza and flattened much of it, forcing most of the population to flee south several weeks ago. Support for Hamas has surged among Palestinians in part because of the militant group's stiff resistance to a far more powerful foe. The ambush took place on Tuesday in the dense Gaza City neighborhood of Shijaya, which was also the scene of a major battle during the 2014 war between Israel and Hamas. A total of 116 soldiers have been killed in the ground offensive, which began October 27. Now in South Africa, the president, Cyril Ramaphosa, has doubled down on the country's support for Palestinians in the ongoing war with Israel during a meeting with the Jewish lobby group. In the meeting, South African Jewish Board of Deputies asked President Ramaphosa to protect the community from anti-Semitism. They also requested Mr. Ramaphosa to restore full diplomatic recognition of Israel, including reopening the South African embassy in Tel Aviv and preventing the closure of Israel's embassy in Pretoria. A statement by the president's office said. They further asked Mr. Ramaphosa to speak on or act against the boycott of Israeli and Jewish businesses in South Africa. In response, President Ramaphosa condemned anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, but doubled down on South Africa's support for Palestinians. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin has said peace with Ukraine will only take place when the set objectives have been achieved. He was fielding questions from journalists and ordinary Russians in his first marathon news conference since the full-scale invasion in Ukraine began in February 2022. Much of the largely choreographed event focused on what he calls a special military operation in Ukraine. He insisted the situation was improving towards the front line. The 4-hour direct line program, televised on most major channels, began with President Putin telling Russians the existence of the country without sovereignty is impossible, saying it will simply not exist. Putin revealed that Russia currently has a total of 617,000 troops fighting in Ukraine. He also claimed that on top of 300,000 people called up for service last year, another 486,000 have signed up voluntarily as contract soldiers. A classified U.S. intelligence report estimated this week that 315,000 Russian soldiers had been either killed or wounded since the war began, which it said was almost 90% of Russia's military personnel at the start of the invasion. And that's it on Biscon Television Foreign News, compared and produced by Tomiloba Abalan and Stella Okara. Thank you for watching.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble BBB, featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
African kitchen, you killing the kitchen. African kitchen, African.
feel that taste. I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my hands. African kitchen, cooking in the kitchen. African kitchen, I'm African. African kitchen, cooking in the kitchen. African kitchen, I'm African. African mama, let me feel that taste. I can't wait no longer for the steel on fire. Now give me the chair, give me the table, give me the bowl, make I wash my...
Glory to Almighty God for making us to see another day. I'm welcoming you to another episode of African Kitchen. I am your host, Buki Ogunote. So please stay glued to your TV sets, don't go anywhere. Because right about now, I am bringing in my guest. Give me that rap.
When I'm riding on the street, and when the players at the street they hit, my eyes and my ornaments speak, announcing, they were bouncing. Spin the record, listen to my flow. This ain't about luxury and do. Come on, get my baggy jeans and my clothes. Microphone, bring it on. I'm losing my patience, I'm in the cage. Release, I'm in the kitchen. Releasing my anger upon the page. I'm giving the other rappers a rage. I'm afraid, I'm making waves. I'm a promise, not spoken. It is a full moon coming too soon.
Coming too soon.
That's how we roll.
And the man is here, man. Coming too soon has come.
Yes,
now. Oh, very high five.
Auntie B, what's up now?
I do, my brother.
You look cute.
Thank
you look wonderful.
Big Pikin.
That's how we roll.
Oh man, what did they happen to Big Pikin?
Big Pikin been just say make you go see the world small, make you no be like say as my papa don't travel out. Make you no come be saying a family curse. I say I must break that yoke. Even a curse, I broke it.
I just broken.
I went to Cotonou. All international country. At least my passport was stamped.
Abi?
Yes, so I just went to see the world. And I'm back. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. It's nice to have you. All right. Once again, in your own way, I want you to tell my people your real name now.
Okay. My name now, Carlo is our Christian Tus. That Christian Tus no follow come for the name, you know. Now when I come decide to enter into the Christendom, with the church, now they come baptize me, come give me the name Christian Tus. But my real name, where my papa and mama couldn't give me before they depart, because my papa they die now in the day my labor. As my papa they go now in me and they come name me Carlo Ezawa. Carlo, I don't know the meaning. Ezawa, I know Eze na cake, but that was na cassava, so that means I be king of cassava. But today, na Big Pikin be my name, na my stage name be that. So I'm from Abia State.
No,
Abia State, God's own state.
I beg greet them in your dialect.
Yes, and tutu Ezawa. I know what the Lagos, Nigeria, I know what African kitchen, or when there's my base here, but in the bake, you have fisherman's soup, but all so behind you, in your fall along castle, the maribo, some the maribo, Anonaman the maribo, Nalong or board the maribo, Mandy the maribo, Nkay, a mayor talk or the maribo, also the one, no the one, here the one, crayfish, here you have a bow, or board the one. Eji oziza gwebu oziza dị nwa eji dị nwa ayim dị nwa so ihe niile ezigbo oke na nwa arịra dị nwa rịbọ ihe nke ọba azụ ndị Yoruba wee kụya kpanla rịbọ so amamihe kụya rụwa ọrị but ihe ọbụkwa azụ dịkwa rimi so ịnọtụọ ndị agmese ndị ụtụtụ arụ chukwu anọ nwa na African kitchen mmụọ bụ Ezawa Carlo many Mrs. Buki Ogunota. Ogunote, I don't talk and well. Ogunote. Not Honorable Mrs. Buki Ogunote. Honorable, you too much. In fact, if not, we say you be woman, I forgive you the title man.
I get that. Oh, yeah. One, two.
Make my village people don't call me. For
me.
So my language, I talk say this one na age. So na snail.
Snail.
Yes, very expensive seafood. In fact, this meat na blood tonic be this. Very expensive.
Okay.
Yes.
This one.
Then this one na ayim, onions for English.
Okay.
Anonama. Anonama means cow meat. Na beef be this.
Is that anonama?
Anonama.
In the language?
Yes, anonama.
Anonama.
Ano. Then nama means cow.
Cow.
Yes, so
it's the same
cow
language
meat,
as
yes.
Hausa people.
That's nama, yes. Nama is
nama.
Yes,
All
yes.
right. This is periwinkles.
This is periwinkles with the column Isam or Mfe. So now waiting with the column because now borrow this thing for our side now. Akwa Ibom people, Calabar people get them. Yes.
Okay.
Then oziza. You know if you cook this kind of soup, when you know put oziza. In fact, if you don't even put pepper for the soup, with this oziza, you are good to go when you dey chop them. Yes, very good. It's very medicinal. Then also, that's pepper. And fresh pepper.
Also means it's sleeping.
Then mangri. That is palm oil. Make we not forget, say, where we dey. Na Lagos, Nigeria, na Yoruba land, Ekpo.
And you talk Ekpo for your...
Ekpo for our side, na masquerade. My people wait there here. Then Obo. Obo. But Obo nko, all the each on Obo, two of them Bobo. Yes. Okay. But for here, we go call this one Opro. Proms. Or you call it crayfish as well, but normal, the bigger one, it's called proms. Yes, crayfish, crayfish, proms, obo. Then this is salt. Without salt, you know if you cook. Food no go get taste. This is salt. Then this is seasoning.
Okay.
Seasoning. Now seasoning things make them sweet. Now him will take spice the food, make the food sweet. I don't know the name for our language. Then our nkase. Cocoyam. The cocoyam powder. This one
made it so
easy. Because if not, we go boil them first before we come peel and they come pound them. This one now then they take make soup. The soup thick now. Okay. And we call them very, very important.
So what is the name of this soup again?
This soup is called Fisherman's Native Soup.
Okay, Fisherman's
Native Soup. But for my language now, Ofo Ose. Ofo means soup. Then Ose means pepper. Okay. Because if you cook this soup and there's no pepper, then it's not a fisherman's soup. Okay. It has to be pepper because most of the things coming into the food is from the sea. Yes. So this is arera, dry fish, catfish, dry catfish. Just like I said, this one, I didn't call it any name in my tribe. It's just normal fish, but Yoruba we call it panla. Then if you want to call it English, it's called pan. Pan. Yes.
Let's get prepared to start.
Get your paper, get your pen and paper too to learn how to cook this soup for those of you that play around the sea because it helps cold to disappear.
Our water is boiling. We'll start with the pan. But meanwhile,
the fish, we need to remove the head and the bone so that when you are eating, it will be smooth.
This water is hot and I dropped some salt there.
Okay, yes, better because it will
remove the
dirt. Yes. And the reason why we wash it is because of sand, the head. If not, we are supposed to put it like that. So the snail will go into the pot because we need to boil it a little. Yes. If it was meat that we are boiling, you don't put much water, just a little water. When it steams, it now boils with water. But since it's snail, you need to put a little quantity of water. Yes. I don't know how you do your own, but me, I like to add my salt so that the taste will come out. Just a little pinch of salt. It's always good to use your hand to measure salt so that you don't over add it. As for that, and we would have pounded this head. So what we'll do, we put the head away because at times,
because of that.
Yes. You don't need to throw it away. It's very nutritious. All you need to do is to grind it. You can use it to cook anything, even moi moi.
So we can keep this
yes,
oneself.
Yes. I also like to put onions. If it was meat as well, since it's still snail. Just, I like onions so much because it helps the sight.
You don't need to pieces this fish, do you?
I will, the head.
Okay.
And I'll deal with the head. When I wake up in the morning, first thing first, I check on my family, make sure they are all sleeping well. Okay. If it is not time, because I wake up very early because of work. Okay. So I wake them up. Okay. Help my wife. Yes. Help my wife to. We do prayer. After prayer, you know, I brush my teeth. Then help my wife to bath the kids. Then I take my own bed and I prepare for work.
Talking about brushing teeth.
Yes.
What type of toothpaste do you use?
I use salt. Most times charcoal.
I don't tire for you.
I'm a native man. If I'm not native, how will you tell me to come and cook native soup? I use charcoal most times, so and all these things are very good. I use salt or chewing stick.
So I'm on with your.
The cooking has started.
Pardon.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
And if I will say, I am a TV presenter. That is what I do every day.
And that's the secret of you looking beautiful.
Yes, because it involves exercise, going to the street to talk to people.
Now the periwinkles are going
inside. One after the other.
Viewers, I want to believe that you're following how this man's been preparing his fisherman's soup.
So the oziza leaf comes last.
Okay. Oh, now the pepper is just going.
And this pepper, you have to take little quantity because it looks pepperish, so that we will be able to enjoy it. The crayfish is going in. Not forgetting seasoning.
And look at that, our pando yam is also ready. This is ready. Viewers, our pando yam is ready. Wow, lovely. Because you don't like too much salt.
Yeah, I forgot. The main. So now oil. You don't put plenty of oil
inside this kind of
soup. It's little. Because it's supposed to be white soup.
Okay.
Yes, so it's just a little.
A little, just to garnish it.
Yes, make it not be like say you chop everything, you know, add fat and oil. It's okay, I need more pepper.
Oh, you do? I thought you said you don't want to do. Are you sure this pepper will still cook?
Yeah, it go cook.
It go cook.
No, it go cook because I never put the cocoyam.
Cocoyam.
Now I go put the cocoyam.
Oh, so they will do together.
Yes, without the cocoyam self. Without the cocoyam. Can also eat the soup. You can decide to just do it like this.
Soup.
Yes, you know, it's very good.
But as you want Adam, she not go form lumps.
No,
you mix
no. You guys see the big go sprinkle and small. You not go too much. Even if you form the lumps, people go to chop and think say na meat.
When you add it, you discover that it's not enough. Then you can add
another
more.
one. So now let's.
Oh, you're not going to stir it
No.
Oh, really?
Yes.
There are different professions. Okay. Because Kalu is a comedian, he's good at what he's doing. People accept him. Though, is that a guarantee or a ticket or a visa for me too? Either I have the trait, the quality or not. Okay. Is that a guarantee for me that I will be successful if I become a comedian just because Kalu is successful?
It's not because I'm successful that you have to go into it for you to be successful, because everything is discipline. At the long run, if you are not a disciplined person and you go into such career, you might end up not even getting anything.
So do this thing go form lumps? So
yes, at times when it form like that,
you can't break them.
We feel break them.
Because you don't talk, say you won't make me think say na meat with the shop.
If we no feel break them, this at times we they bring them out like this.
Okay.
But the way I see this one, it's like saying a stubborn cocoyam.
Okay, that is what we're going to do. We will now have to mix the rest with liquid
water.
So as you're breaking that, let me try and see how we can. So,
but not all, though.
Oh, really?
So
will it be too much?
So that the soup won't turn to pando. A DBC pando. Let
sure?
it not be thick.
But for you, it's not. This one is not thick yet now.
No, it doesn't need to be thick that much.
Okay.
That was it.
Did I give you water for that one?
No, it's okay.
It's okay.
Yes.
So can I pour this one now?
Yes, let's pour that one. This one is okay. Nothing good comes easy.
I tell you. Now the cocoyam thickener has gone in. So it's going
this
to...
This division of labor.
It's good. I'm enjoying it.
Okay, so now I will add the oziza. Meanwhile, the oziza leaf too. You don't have to put everything.
Okay.
Because remember I said it has pepper in it too. It's okay. Doesn't need to be much. So check it.
And usually at times when it cools down, it becomes thicker.
Yes. That's when it stays overnight.
Oh, okay, when it stays on.
That is even...
You still want to put pepper?
No, salt. That's when it's sweeter. Because by that time, according to what we say, when it's daybreak, that means spirit would have put hand in it so that it will be sweeter. You know, when you cook soup now, you won't feel the taste. But the next day, you see that the soup is sweeter.
So they don't hand for you.
Yes, they don't help you put hand.
As it is, our food is ready.
Salt is okay.
Okay, viewers, our soup, fisherman soup is ready.
Yes, sir.
The pando is ready.
Yes.
What more do we have to do other than to go to the table
and dissect it? Parliamentary. You know, shake it.
Okay. All right, viewers, don't go anywhere. Just stay right there. We'll be back. But follow us as we move to the table.
Yes. All my soldiers, follow me. Follow me. Follow me. All my soldiers, follow me.
Okay, viewers, you're welcome back. Wow. Fisherman soup. Let me start from my extreme right. Let's meet you, madam. What's your name, ma'am?
Ashaolu Oluwagbemisola.
Ashaolu Oluwagbemisola. What do you do, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, dressing. Okay. I'm sure you must have an affiliation with people from probably Igbo, Delta,
and the rest.
Okay. This one is called fisherman's soup with some seafood, sea protein and stuff like that. Madam the madam, mama of the house, let's meet you. Some of us, we know you, so let the viewers at home meet you.
Yes.
Hello viewers, my name is Amarachi Kalu. Izawa Kalu.
Okay, you see the up and down, yes, so you know what it means. Alright, but that does not mean anything. I trust her. She will not cover him up. She will not. Alright, settle down, let's eat this food. I'm going to eat my own as well. I'll see you after this time. Enjoy your meal. I want to see that.
If we don't do it like that, the thing don't go enter my well.
Are you serious? So this one's good.
Where me I come from, if we never do it like that, the thing never work. May the soul of my mama rest in peace. That he teach me all these things. Look.
Thank you. I like that. Yeah. Okay. That is the bribery. It will not work. Oh, it will not work. Let me start with you, Jari, madam. How was the food? Are you sure? Say the truth. No let her run you more. It's okay. You enjoy it. Listen, what are you feeling like?
Go from the clearance of the plate, you know.
Madam, let me hear you, Jare, because you are my personal person. It's too the proud thing. No mind now.
Okay. This is actually very, very okay.
Okay.
Just that some of the stocks are still very hard.
Okay. Okay. The stock, that one are the catfish.
Okay. Yes. The pando, very nice.
Okay now. If to say na me, now so I could just carry this for drinking water. Yeah, well, but you did not even do anything. Look at it.
Now we don't go the talk to the gods. This one now for them must they matured.
It is well. Thank you so much, and thanks for taking good care of him. Carl, thank you for taking good, because you can see
it's our nature.
All right, viewers, thank you so much. I'm sure you enjoyed this episode.
I don't know when you go for about African kitchen.
Thank you. Nga.
Mgbe eji alele m enyi ndị ụtụtụ ndị anwete ndị arụ chukwu ndị ụwa niile yara Lagos steeti ebe anya akpasa ego ana m ekele enyi ihe nọrọ nke ọma ma inye wepụ enyi inyere TV inye ile ya ile African kitchen ibi inye amala esi nri dị ụtọ nri obodo anyị nri Africa as a whole. Ndewo.
Thank you. All right, madam, over to you.
Itemokwi alagbawarachi ekele m unu jọkwanụ. Iba anyị nọbụrụ African kitchen, iba na-ewu oriri dị iche iche. So m na-akwa ndị unu ilu n'ụlọ African kitchen. Iba na-ewu oriri dị iche iche. Ihe oriri dị ụtọ. Lọbụla iji chọọ ya, ịya nyere African kitchen. Jọkwa n'ụwa.
And Chukwu ga na-agọzi Honorable Boke Ogunote.
And from every one of us, I know they don't cost me a prayer. And from every one of us, we say bye-bye.
Yes,
bye. I'll see you next week. I remember Boke Ogunote. God bless you. Love you.
Excessive use of psychoactive drugs such as alcohol, pain medications, or illegal drugs. It can lead to physical, social, or emotional harm. The extent of the drug addiction problem in Nigeria is reviewed. Drugs such as LSD, morphine, and heroin are not very widely abused, though amphetamines are used temporarily by the students and more permanently by the northern laborers. The age range of the participants was from 14 to 24, mean 15.41. The majority were males, 77.3%. The overall lifetime prevalence of substance use was 39%. Alcohol was the most common overused psychoactive substance, 29.1%, followed by stimulants such as kola nut and coffee. The overall current use prevalence was 22.7%, with analgesics and antibiotics, for example, aspirin, ampicillin, and paracetamol being the most used drugs. There was an association between drug use, male gender, and young age. Approximately 6% of the students did not see anything wrong with drug use. Marijuana is much better known and significantly more used, especially among the marginal migrant population. The most commonly used drugs are kola nut, tobacco, chewed or snuffed, weed, and alcohol. There is an increasing trend of alcohol consumption, although still largely limited to social drinking among the middle and upper classes, who are also the majority of private car owners and drivers. Drug and alcohol abuse are major occupational hazards among Nigerian professional drivers, which contributes to making Nigerian roads particularly murderous. Substance use disorders are associated with a wide range of short and long-term health effects. They can vary depending on the type of drug, how much and how often it's taken, and the person's general health. Overall, the effects of drug abuse and dependence can be far-reaching. They can impact almost every organ in the human body. Side effects of drug addiction may include a weakened immune system, increasing the risk of illness and infection. Heart conditions ranging from abnormal heart rates to heart attacks and collapsed veins and blood vessels infection from injected drugs. Nausea and abdominal pain, which can also lead to changes in appetite and weight loss. Increased strain on the liver, which puts the person at risk of significant liver damage or liver failure. Seizures, stroke, mental confusion, and brain damage. Lung disease. Problems with memory, attention, and decision-making, which make daily living more difficult. Global effects of drugs on the body, such as breast development in men and increases in body temperature, which can lead to other health problems. There is a need for collecting accurate statistical data about drug-related accidents, crimes, or diseases, so that researchers may be able to document the seriousness of drug-related problems to the government. The people also advocate intensifying drug eradication programs and organizing leisure activities for the communities so as to eliminate drug consumption as a social activity. The government of Nigeria already has the necessary infrastructure and only needs to recognize the seriousness of the problem and make it a national priority.
Hello and welcome to the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara. We'll begin with our top stories. On the national scene, improved security nationwide, National Assembly tells Inspector General of Police. Reject World Bank 750 Naira per litre proposal, NLC wants federal government. In business news, power sector cash flow grows by 900 billion Naira, says federal government. On the foreign scene, Hungary blocks 50 billion euros of EU funding for Ukraine. And in the weather sport, FIFA picks 11 Nigerian referees, 11 assistants for 2024 games. Now the news in full. The Joint Senate and House of Representatives Committee on Police Affairs has urged the Minister of Police Affairs and Inspector General of Police to take the necessary steps to improve the security situation in the country. The committee, co-chaired by Abdul Hamid Madori and Abubakar Yelman, said this when the minister and the IG appeared before the joint session of the committee in Abuja to defend the 2024 budget. The committee said the security of lives and property remained a primary responsibility of every government, hence the need for the Nigerian police to live up to expectations. Yalman noted that the National Assembly would do the needful to ensure the necessary things were done to enhance the performance of the Nigerian police. The Minister of Police Affairs, Ibrahim Gaidan,
said the ministry is working with the police and other institutions to ensure they deliver on the mandate of ensuring internal security. Now, the Nigerian Labour Congress has warned the federal government against heeding the advice of the World Bank to increase the pump price of premium motor spirit, popularly called petrol, to 750 naira to a litre. The NLC's head of information, Vincent Upa, in an interview with newsmen, said any further increase in the price of petrol will lead to anarchy in the country. He therefore called on the government to reject the proposal of the World Bank that petrol should sell at about 750 naira to a litre, as against the current rate of between 620 naira and 650 naira per litre in most locations across the country. This came as oil marketers explained that the cost of PMS should be around 1,000 naira to a litre, had it been that the government was not subsidizing the product. But the government has denied the claims of marketers and the World Bank as regards the reintroduction of subsidy on petrol in Nigeria. Now, in Rivers State, the political crisis deepened further on Thursday as 6 commissioners loyal to ex-Governor Nyesom Wike resigned from the cabinet of Governor Siminalayi Fubara. This was as the 2 factions of the split state House of Assembly held separate sittings on Thursday. The commissioners who tendered their resignation were the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Professor Zacchaeus Adango, SAN, Commissioner for Works, Dr. Des George Kelly, Commissioner for Special Duties, Emeka Awoke, Commissioner for Social Welfare and Rehabilitation, Mrs. Inime Agoma, the Commissioner for Finance, Isaac Kamalu, and the Commissioner for Education, Professor Chinedu Umom. Meanwhile, the 2 factions of the State House of Assembly held parallel sitting at different locations on Thursday. The Speaker, Martin Ameole, who leads 27 pro-Wike lawmakers, sat at the Assembly quarters along Aba Road, Port Harcourt. On the other hand, the Edison Ehie-led faction, which is loyal to Fubara, reportedly held plenary at Government House, Port Harcourt. Away from that, in commemoration of the 70th birthday anniversary of media mogul and Chairman, CEO Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, a lecture with the theme Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, was held at the Musayado Center, Abuja on Thursday. Prince Bisi Olatilo is a renowned broadcaster who has navigated the media world for about 50 years. Born on December 20, 1953, Prince Bisi Olatilo hails from Ibadan in Osun State. He started his broadcasting career in Ibadan in the 1970s and has worked with other stations, including The Voice of Nigeria and Radio Nigeria. A polyglot who is well versed in English and Nigeria's 3 major languages, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa, Prince Bisi Olatilo is a popular master of ceremonies and events. The event was attended by dozens of media industry, lawmakers, traditional rulers, and other eminent personalities. They include the celebrant and chairman, CEO, Biscon Communications, Prince Bisi Olatilo, and wife, Princess Folashade Olatilo. Son of celebrant, Prince Gabriel Olatilo, Father of the Day, Owa of Igbajo, Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Aminu Ado Bayero, former Governor, Ogun State, and now Senator representing Ogun East Senatorial District, Otumba Benga Daniel. Nigerian Diaspora Commission, Senator Abike Dabiri-Erewa, Professor Michael Zekome, SAN, among others. The celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, among other things, appreciated God for the enablement to begin the process of celebrating his 70th birthday, as especially appreciated family and friends for their support and show of love over the years.
Now, talking about the marriage itself, we have been blessed with 5 grown-up children and 4 grandchildren, and still counting. Thanks, John, for being a very loyal friend, being all along very loyal. We, your friends, are very proud of you. I know I'm speaking the minds of so many of us who are here. Thank you very much, John. Now, at the end of the lecture, Dr. John Momo, Dr. John Momo on broadcasting in the digital age, challenges and prospects for Nigeria, we shall have a few people from the audience to give their perspectives on how to move broadcasting standards forward in Nigeria. Now, with the Biscon show, which today remains the longest running independently produced general interest magazine television program, Biscon has shown that with capacity and courage, the unusual can be done with incredible results. The Biscon show, in the last close to a quarter of a century, leveraging on the awesome power of television to tell the story of Nigeria in the best possible light, showcasing the very rich and diverse cultures and dressing of Nigerians to the world. At this point, I wish to extend my gratitude to TV platforms like Ben Television and AIT, through which the POS programs were beamed to all parts of the world. By the way, now let me also use this auspicious opportunity to especially thank all those who have been instrumental in any form to the growth of my business. May God bless all of you abundantly. Now let me say without any iota of doubt that my wife of 42 years, Folashade Tawakalito Olatilo, has been strategically positioned by God to cover all my lapses to ensure that I took the right decisions for the right impact. In fact, there can be no Biscon Olatilo without a Folashade Olatilo.
You're watching Biscon TV News. Up next is Business News. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now to Business News. The federal government has announced that the liquidity in Nigeria's power increased from 282 billion naira in 2015 to 900 billion naira currently, adding that its financial burden in the industry had been reduced by about 373 billion naira. It disclosed this through the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission at the ministerial retreat on the Integrated National Electricity Policy and Strategic Implementation Policy. Liquidity refers to the efficiency or ease with which an asset or security can be converted into ready cash without affecting its market price. The most liquid asset of all is cash itself. Speaking on the sidelines of the closing ceremony of the summit, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabo, appealed to operators and agencies in the sector to work with the government, stressing that those who fail to deliver would be shown the way out. We're due for another break. When we return, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Biscon Television News. Now to foreign news. Hungary has blocked 50 billion euros in EU aid for Ukraine, just hours after an agreement was reached on starting membership talks. EU leaders said the aid negotiations would resume early next year. Ukraine is critically dependent on EU and US funding as it continues to fight occupying Russian forces. The aid blocking was announced by Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban shortly after the EU leaders decided to open membership talks with Ukraine and Moldova and to grant candidate status to Georgia. Hungary, which maintains close ties with Russia, has long opposed membership for Ukraine but did not veto that move. Mr. Orban left the negotiating room momentarily in what officials described as a pre-agreed and constructive manner, while the other 26 leaders went ahead with the vote. He told Hungarian State Radio on Friday that he had fought for 8 hours to stop his EU partners going ahead but could not convince them. Ukraine's path to EU membership would be a long process anyway, he added, adding that Parliament in Budapest could still stop it happening if it wanted to. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky hailed the EU decision on membership talks as victory. We take another short break. When we come back, we'll bring you sports news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the News Hour on Biscon Television. Now to the other sports. World Football Governing Body FIFA has approved a total of 30 Nigerian referees to be placed on the international list for the year 2024. Among the Nigerians are 11 referees, 11 assistant referees, 4 beach soccer referees and 4 futsal referees. In a message conveyed to the Nigeria Football Federation, the 11 referees approved for international duty from Nigeria for next year are Bashir Salisu, Ogabo Joseph, Olufumilayo Alaba, Nuruddin Abubakar, among others. We take another short break to come back with entertainment news. Join us again. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're watching Biscon TV News. Now to entertainment news. 2023 has been a great year for Nigerian music as Afrobeats continues to enjoy international success, led by the continued global rise of Nigerian superstars. In the 2024 Mobile Awards nominations list, Nigerian superstars dominated the Best African category as Davido, Wizkid, Burna Boy, Rema, Asake, Adekunle Gold, and Ira Star all earned nominations. Joining the Nigerian contingent are South African star Tyler, the Swaziland hitmaker Uncle Waffles, and Cameroonian American sensation Libyanka. Other Nigerians nominated include gospel star Limo Blaze and hitmaking producer P2J. And that's it for now on the News Hour on Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abalan. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
We're all expected to sing along, please. We sing together. He came down from
A reading from the book of Genesis. Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden. God did say, you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die." "You will certainly not die," the serpent said to the woman, "for God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized that they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. Then the man and his wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked. So I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from?" The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the woman, "What is this that you have done?" The woman said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." So the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, cursed are you above all livestock and all wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel." The word of the Lord.
Now the congregation will take the verse 2. choir will take verse 3. Everybody, verse 4.
The days are coming, declares the Lord, when I will raise up for David a righteous branch, a king who will reign wisely and do what is just and right in the land. In his days, Judah will be saved and Israel live in safety. This is the name by which he will be called, the Lord, our righteous Savior. So then, the days are coming, declares the Lord, when people will no longer say, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought the Israelites out of Egypt. But they will say, as surely as the Lord lives, who brought the descendants of Israel up out of the land of the north and out of all the countries where he had banished them. Then they will live in their own land. The word of the Lord.
Holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of our dear Savior's birth. Lord, make the world in sin and error pining till he appeared, and the soul felt its worth. A thrill of hope
He will judge the needy. With justice, he will give decisions for the poor of the earth. He will strike the earth with the rod of his mouth. With the breath of his lips, he will slay the wicked. Righteousness will be his belt, and faithfulness his sash around his waist. The wolf will live with the lamb. The leopard will lie with the goat. The calf and the lion and the yearling together, and a little child will lead them. The cow will feed with the bear. Their young will lie down together, and the lion will eat straw like the ox. The infant will play near the cobra's den, and the young child will put its hand into the fast net. They will neither harm nor destroy on all holy mountains, for the earth will be filled with the knowledge of the Lord as the waters covered it. In that day, the root of Jesse will stand as a banner for the people. The nations will rally to him, and his resting place will be glorious. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Gloom for those who were in distress. In the past, he humbled the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, but in the future he will honor Galilee of the nations. By the way of the sea, beyond the Jordan, the people walking in darkness have seen a great light. On those living in the land of deep darkness, the light has dawned. You have enlarged the nation and increased their joy. They rejoice before you as people rejoice at the harvest, as warriors rejoice when dividing the plunder. For as in the day of Midian's defeat, you have shattered the yoke that burdens them, the bar across their shoulders, the rod of their oppressor. Every warrior's boot used in battle and every garment rolled in blood will be destined for burning, will be fuel for the fire. For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on his shoulders, and he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace.
Verse 2. Go. Little baby, I am a poor boy too. I have no gift to bring that's fit to give a king. Shall I play for you on my drum? Very good. Mary nodded. The ox and lamb kept time. I played my drum for him. I played my best for him. Then he smiled at me and my drum. Then he smiled at me and my drum. Thank you very much. God bless you. Please put your hands together for the.
We're keeping a culture and tradition.
A descendant of David. The virgin's name was Mary. The angel went to her and said, "Greetings, you who are highly favored. The Lord is with you." Mary was greatly troubled at his words and wondered what kind of greeting this might be. But the angel said to her, "Do not be afraid, Mary. You have found favor with God. You will conceive and give birth to a son, and you are to call him Jesus. He will be great and will be called the Son of the Most High. The Lord God will give him the throne of his father David, and he will reign over Jacob's descendants forever. His kingdom will never end." "How will this be?" Mary asked. "I am a virgin." The angel answered, "The Holy Spirit will come on you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. So the Holy One to be born will be called the Son of God. Even Elizabeth, your relative, is going to have a child in her old age." And she fulfilled. Then the angel left her. The word of the Lord.
For the blind. Please put your hands together. There's a particular favorite song of mine I didn't see there. Al-Aji Aminu Abdul-Bayero, the Emir of Kano. This is royalty.
those days, Caesar Augustus issued a decree that a census should be taken of the entire Roman world. This was the first census that took place while Quirinius was governor of Syria, and everyone went to their own town to register. So Joseph also went up from the town of Nazareth in Galilee to Judea, to Bethlehem, the town of David, because he belonged to the house and line of David. He went there to register with Mary, who was pledged to be married to him and was expecting a child. While they were there, the time came for the baby to be born, and she gave birth to her firstborn, a son. She wrapped him in a cloth and placed him in a manger, because there was no guest room available for them. And there were shepherds living out in the fields nearby, keeping watch over their flocks at night. An angel of the Lord appeared to them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were terrified. But the angel said to them, "Do not be afraid. I bring you good news that will cause great joy for all the people. Today, in the town of David, a Savior has been born to you. He is the Messiah, the Lord. This will be a sign to you. You will find a baby wrapped in clothes and lying in a manger." Suddenly, a great thumping of the heavenly host appeared with the angel, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest heaven, and on earth peace to those on whom this favor rests." When the angels had left them and gone into heaven, the shepherds said to one another, "Let's go to Bethlehem and see this thing that has happened, which the Lord has told us about." So they hurried up and found Mary and Joseph and the baby, who was lying in the manger. When they had seen him, they spread the word concerning what they had told them about the child. And all who heard it were amazed at what the shepherds said to them. The word of the Lord.
Hello and welcome to Newspaper Radio. Today I am Adebisi Elegundi. Today we'll be reviewing major headlines from some of the newspaper, and I'll be starting with the Vanguard newspaper. The first headline says, Bank deposits surge in 2023 to 64.26 trillion. You can find that on page 19 of the Vanguard newspaper. Patriotism will put Nigeria on right path, says Tinubu, on page 9 of the newspaper. World Igbo Congress urges Supreme Court to free Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally, on page 11 of the newspaper. How to reform Supreme Court, says Sanwo-Olu Alugba Olaonipekun, on page 10 of the newspaper. And only written here in Rivers State, Rivers crisis, Assembly factions flex muzzles. The writer says, G27 lawmakers fight back, say we won't succumb to harassment, intimidation. Pass bills into law, condemn demolition of Assembly complex. Another writer says, Pro-Fubara House passes 2024 budget within 24 hours. Governor signs appropriation bill into law. Presenting budget to 4 lawmakers unconstitutional, says River APC. Crowns UK Nigerian deal of politics. Attorney General Adango, 3 other commissioners resign. Save our democracy, end crisis in Rivers. ASAP begs Tinubu. Moving on, we have inflation. Exchange rates to drop in 2024, says CBN. That you find on page 8 of the Vanguard newspaper. Ekiti bloody robbery. We recover 3 vehicles, says police, on page 7 of the Vanguard newspaper. In Ondo State, crisis avoidable, says Ayedatua, on page 10 of the Vanguard newspaper. Inflation. Exchange rates to drop in 2024, says CBN, on page 8 of the newspaper. Aviation Minister sack all directors of NEMA, NCAA, NIMET, others, on page 8 of the newspaper. Oweri Lakemfa says, democracy cannot be introduced from abroad or from another country, and not by military force. You can read more of that story on page 17 of the newspaper. Now in sports, Pesero submits 33-man provisional squad list on page 31 of the newspaper. And we have other columnists, Donu on page 16, Adekoya on page 18, Azu on page 21, Harun I. Balogun on page 26. Moving forward, we'll be looking at the Daily Trust newspaper. And today on the Daily Trust newspaper, today 15th December 2023, the first headline says, Nigeria, other developing countries spent $443 billion on debt servicing, says World Bank. FIFA approves 30 Nigerian referees for 2024 competitions. You find that on page 39 of the newspaper. Fubara signs 2024 budget into law. 24 hours after presentation. You find that on page 13 of the newspaper. And boldly written on the Daily Trust newspaper we have, Kenyamo sacks 33 aviation directors appointed by Sirica. And the writer says, removal not surprising. On the round table, officials removed while overseas. Minister advised to harmonize departments. You can find the story on page 4 of the newspaper. Now, the last headline on the Daily Trust newspaper today, 15th December 2023, says, Naira scarcity. POS agents hike charges by 100%. Now, moving on to the next newspaper, the This Day newspaper. And I'll start with the first headline. Tinubu says, Akpabio Abbas at my side as NAS leaders enough to make me succeed. The writer says, Assembly not an appendage of executive, says Senate President. You can read more of the story on page 5 of the newspaper. Fubara signs 800 billion naira budget into law. The story you can find on page 5 of the This Day newspaper. Federal government vows to award all assets to only companies with proven capacity in future bid rounds. The writer says era of delay of license extensions, ministerial consents over. Assures producers of enabling policies to attract investments, ramp up production. How Tinubu lobbied heads of states over Nigeria's OPEC quota raise. In presidency, $13.5 billion investment expected in energy sector in 12 months. Investor uncertainty persists 2 years after PIA passage, IPPG bemoans. You can find the story on page 5 of the This Day newspaper. And that is all we have for you today on the This Day newspaper. Moving forward, I'll continue with the Nation newspaper, and I'll begin with the first headline. Retirees get 1.63 trillion naira under contributory pension scheme. You can find the news on page 7 of the newspaper. I am for peace, Aiyedatiwa declares after resumption. The news on page 6 of the Nation newspaper. Ashayin gets staff of office as Seun's correlation begins on page 27. Infrastructure tops Kwara's 296.4 billion naira 2024 estimates on page 27 of the Nation newspaper. Moving on, Tinubu says we are working with lawmakers to fix economy on page 5 of the Nation newspaper. Slim allocation strengthens Edo, Ondo governorship polls. Others, says INEC. You can read more of the story on page 4 of the Nation newspaper. Directors of aviation agencies sacked on page 3 of the Nation newspaper. First Lady is NCW's grand patron on page 3 of the Nation newspaper. And boldly written here we have crisis. 6 commissioners resigned from Fubara's government. The writer says 27 lawmakers sit at Assembly Complex. Governor signs 800 billion naira budget passed by 4 lawmakers. You can find the story on page 5 of the newspaper. And lastly, on the Nation newspaper today, 15 December 2023, the last headline says, Alake. Local, international investors coming to us in droves. On page 7 of the Nation newspaper. Moving on, we'll be looking at the Punch newspaper, and I'll begin with the first headline. 6 Rivers commissioners resign. Assembly factions hold parallel sittings. The writer says APC faults Rivers court verdict, vows to petition NJC on page 18 of the Punch newspaper. Aviation agencies. 50 directors sacked. EFCC grills NCAA chiefs on page 29 of the Punch newspaper. Away from that, we have fuel price. And boldly written here says, reject World Bank 750 naira per litre proposal. NLC wants federal government. The writer says, Labour says fresh hike price will lead to anarchy. Federal government insists subsidy has been removed. And another writer says, Tinubu government fears unrest, subsidizing fuel secretly. Marketers allege. Project 1,000 naira per litre. You can find the story on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. Customs generates 70% revenue from Lagos, says Comptroller General on page 30 of the Punch newspaper. 32 states budget, 14 trillion naira for roads, health, others on page 29 of the Punch newspaper. Kidnappers return to Lagos, abduct 2, demand 500 million naira ransom on pages 5 4 and 5 of the Punch newspaper. And the last headline on the Punch newspaper says, National Assembly probes $496 million. Itakwe Iran or a judgment payment, on page 29 of the newspaper. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we look at the rest of the newspaper. Stay with us. Welcome back. This is Biscon Television Newspaper Review, and we are looking at the Guardian newspaper. The first headline says, Asubara signs budget, 5 commissioners resign, pro-Wike lawmakers pass bills. You can find the story on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. Moving away from that, restoring the dignity and functions of the police, an editorial on page 12 of the Guardian newspaper. Jumia ends food delivery in Nigeria, other African countries, December 31. You can find that on page 2 of the Guardian newspaper. Tragedy as overhead water tank collapses, kills 9-day-old baby, mother in Ondo. You can find that on page 8 of the Guardian newspaper. So, Nigerians free to video photograph officers on duty, says police, on page 2 of the Guardian newspaper. Federal government falls World Bank, insists fuel subsidy is gone. You can find the news on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. Anxiety in Southeast has Supreme Court rules on Nnamdi Kanu today. You can find the news on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. Cosmetic surgery. When search for perfect silhouettes leads to, you can find the story, a big story at that, on pages 4 and 5 of the Guardian newspaper. And that is the last headline for the Guardian newspaper today, 15th December 2023. Moving on, we will be looking at the Nigerian Tribune newspaper, and I'll be starting with the first headline. It says, more shake-up in aviation as federal government sacks directors in agencies. You can find the story on page 23 of the Tribune newspaper. Rivers crisis. More commissioners resign. Fubara signs 800 billion naira appropriation bill into law. And the writer says, G17-6 adopts local government autonomy bill, on page 28 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Moving away from that, we expect less revenue from oil exports in 2024, says CBN governor. The writer says, blames illegal bunkering, divestment by IOCs, says inflation, exchange rates to decline, on page 4 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Supreme Court decides Nnamdi Kanu's fate today, on page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. NAS to probe $496 million payment to Indian firm on Itakwe Iran Ore concession, on page 12 of the newspaper. Aiyedatiwa to Ondo people, let's build a shared future from a divided past, on page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Funding still major challenge in varsities, says Vice Chancellors, on page 4 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Makinde cautions traditional rulers against giving permission for mining. The writer says Shawmu's coronation begins with 150 million naira empowerment, on page 8 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Lastly, on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper, the headline says, Tinubu as Minister of Petroleum illegal, says Falano. Says President not screened by Senate, on pages 4 and 29 of the newspaper. And lastly, for today, December 15, 2023, the last newspaper we'll be reviewing is the New Telegraph newspaper. And I'll begin with the first headline. Report says Nigeria received largest new financing from World Bank in 2022. can find the story on page 8 of the newspaper. Still saying lack of data impending government decision in Nigeria. Moving away from that, we have funding concerns. Senate suspends Niger Delta Ministries budget defense. They already say summons budget finance ministers on page 2 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Aiyedatiwa assumes office as acting governor. Says impeachment proceeding, crisis over Akeredolu's health, avoidable distractions. On page 26 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Skills, not varsity degrees alone will determine job provisions, says Oloyede. Harps on imperative of learning, relearning and unlearning. On page 5 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Now in aviation, we have aviation shake-up. Federal government fires FAN, NCAA, NIMET, NAMA, NSIB directors on page 3 of the newspaper. Now to CBN. Inflation, exchange rates will decline in 2024 on page 2 of the newspaper. Still saying declares 18.804 billion naira trade balance in question 3. Projects less revenue from oil. Now to Rivers State. Rivers Attorney General, 4 other commissioners resign. Fubara signs 800 billion naira budget 24 hours after presentation on pages 4 and 5 of the New Telegraph newspaper. NASA probe $496 million payment to Indian firm on page 2 of the New Telegraph newspaper. COP28, federal government, UNDP, EU push for celebrated climate action plan through INF on page 5 of the newspaper. Don't die on the job, Lagos CJ tells judges. Retire if you're no longer in good health regardless of age on page 4 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Tinubu says, having NAS on my side, enough for me to succeed. Says belief in one nation will put Nigeria on right path. Federal government, multinational firms to halt exiting, mitigate job loss on pages 3 and 26 of the New Telegraph newspaper. And lastly, on the New Telegraph newspaper today, 15 December 2023, the last headline says, eating meals early will lower cardiovascular risk. So you have to eat early. And that's it for today on Biscon Television newspaper review. Thank you for joining us. I am Adebisi. Good day.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Gospel of Matthew, verse 1 to 12. After Jesus was born in Bethlehem, Judea, during the time of Magi came to Jerusalem and asked, "Where is the one who has been born king? We saw his star and asked, we saw his star and asked, where is the one who has been born king of the Jews? Saw his star when it rose and have come to worship." When King Herod heard this, he was disturbed, and all Jerusalem with him. When he had called together all the peoples, chief priests, and teachers of the law, he asked them where the Messiah was to be born. "In Bethlehem in Judea," they replied. "For this is what the prophet has. But you, Bethlehem, the land of are by no means least among the rulers of Judah. For out of you will come a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel." Then Herod called the Magi secretly and found out from them the exact time the star had appeared. He sent them to Bethlehem and said, "Go, search carefully for the child. As soon as you find him, report to me, so that I too may go and worship him." After they had heard the king, they went on their way. The star they had seen when it rose were ahead of them, until it stopped over the place where the child was. When they saw the star, they were overjoyed. On coming to the house, they saw the child with his mother Mary, and they bowed down and worshipped him. Then they opened their treasures and presented him with gifts of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And having been warned in a dream not to go back to Herod, they returned to their country by another route. Praise the Lord. This is the word of the Lord.
Thank you, the band. We now rise for the prayer before the 8th lesson.
Let us pray. Lord, of every good gift, may we all.
And the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning. Through him all things were made. Without him nothing was made that has been made. In him was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. There was a man sent from God whose name was John. He came as a witness to testify concerning that light, so that through him all might believe. He himself was not the light. He came only as a witness to the light. The true light that gives light to everyone was coming into the world. He was in the world, and though the world was made through him, the world did not recognize him. He came to that which was his own, but his own did not receive him. Yet to all who did receive him, to those who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God. Children born not of natural descent, nor of human decision, nor a husband's will, but born of God. The Word became flesh and made his dwelling among us. We have seen his glory, the glory of the one and only Son, who came from the Father, full of grace and truth. The Gospel of the Lord.
Then the 11 disciples went to Galilee. Jesus had. When they saw him, they worshipped him, but some. Then Jesus came to them and said, "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Therefore go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And surely I am with you always, to the very end of the age. The Gospel of the Lord.
Before the world began, the one who is now, and the one who will reign forevermore. His reign covers the entire universe, as well as reign in our individual hearts. It is in his name that I greet you all. It is about him that we heard that in the beginning was the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He is the reason for our gathering, and we give thanks to him. We give thanks to him for the opportunity to gather once again, as we have gathered several times at the invitation of the Erelu of Odua, the Erelu of Lagos. We give thanks that all of us have the privilege of being alive and well and able to be part and parcel of such a significant event as the Christmas carols that we hold every year, but every year it is new. It is celebrated every year, but every year it is fresh. It's celebrated every year, but every year God says something new to us as we celebrate the birth of Jesus. And so as we say thanks be to God for gathering us, we also thank Erelu for creating this forum for all of us gathering together today. As I said, I have been at a number of such events, of such celebrations that Erelu have invited us in the past. But obviously this year is extraordinary in very many ways. Not only the venue, but also the quality of the gathering that we have. And the quality is not simply a reference to the status of the persons who are gathered here. Of course, it is a reference to the states, to their statuses. But beyond that, or apart from that, the significance of the persons that gather here strikes one as being providential. Because as we sit here, we have a Catholic bishop and Catholic priest and Catholic others and people from other Catholic or Christian denominations. But we also have of the fact that what God wills for humanity is indeed being in some ways realized by our gathering this evening. Thanks be to God for the Oni that is among us as well. He stands here this evening as representation of traditional religion. And therefore our gathering is in many ways significant, that what the scriptures have prophesied, that the lion and the lamb will lie side by side, the child will put his hand in the hand or in the lair of the snake and shall not be hurt. And people of all different kinds of persuasions will sit side by side, bringing, by the grace of God, the peace for which Jesus Christ had come into the world. Our gathering this evening is significant, and we are truly grateful that we have been provided this opportunity of seeing the realization or an indication of the realization of that which Christ desired, for which reason he came into the world. And so another reason for us to say thanks be to God that we are part of the celebration of today. Christ came in order to restore hope, in order to reestablish love of God and love of people, and also in order to establish peace in the world. As we gather this evening, and we heard the children from Pacheli sing to us, and we recognize that indeed hope, the hope for which Jesus Christ came, is established in the hearts of people. The love for which Christ came has been shown in the fact that they, along with the rest of us, were invited to this occasion and the peace that Christ prayed for. And so, again, the message is, thanks be to God for the gift of Jesus. Thanks be to God for the gift of his message of hope, of love, of peace. Thanks be to God for an occasion such as this, where people of diverse persuasions, diverse religions, diverse other factors could sit side by side and together recognize the grace of God. The other message is that as Christ has come to establish this, each of us is called to be an instrument by which hope will be established in the hearts and the minds of those who have lost any sort of hope. And there are many. There are many in our country. There are many in our cities. There are many all over the world, people who feel completely hopeless. What shall I do? What shall you do? This is part, I believe, what God wishes us to reflect upon as we have enjoyed this evening, and as we go back home and continue the preparation for the celebration of Christmas with all the lights and all the pomp and all the pageantry. What shall we do to establish hope? What shall we do in order that peace, sweet peace, shall be reestablished in homes, in cities, in our nation, Nigeria, that love may reign once again? I pray that our gathering this evening would not have been in vain. And it would have been in vain. It would have been in vain if we all left and just did not try to ensure that hope, peace, and love are established in our different particular situations. May all that we do never, ever be in vain, but may they bring that which Christ desires for all of his people. God bless you. Thank you very much.
And heaven and nation sing, and heaven and nation sing, and heaven and nation sing. Joy to the world, the Savior reigns. Let the song and more. What fields and falls, what fields and plains, we feel the sounding joy, we feel the sounding joy. We hear it within the sounding joy. He rules the world with truth and grace, and makes the nations prove His righteousness and wonders of His love and wonders of His love and wonders of His love. Finger.
I said art and culture has come a long way in Nigeria. Not just the culture itself, the tradition and culture of our people has gained immense recognition in the last decade. In the past, everybody runs away from it. All the pseudos, all the vintos, they think imbibing our culture is demeaning and should be left with the illiterate, the dirty, and the unprogressive. But now they have seen the importance of culture in national development, even in economic empowerment. And it's coming a long way. It's not there yet because it has great potential in all aspects of our lives. But the journey has started and the race is on. And sky is not even the limit. What the culture can do in adding values to the life of our people and mankind. So for me, it's a wonderful time. It's a place that I've been for almost 50 years, struggling to promote culture and tradition and values of our people. And now I can see the fruits of our labor. I can see more people are imbibing our virtues, our culture, We still have a long way to go, especially among the young people. But we are well on our way. Well, you saw what happened here today. You had the world peace being fostered here today. You have the head of the Muslim religion, the cleric of the Muslim religion. You had the cleric of the Christian community, and you had the head of the traditional institution, all sitting together, rejoicing together, worshiping the Almighty God together, and praying for peace of the world. I think I've got my Christmas present. I cannot ask for anything more than what I saw today and what God has used me to promote and to do today, fostering the peace and unity of the world. I have the greatest gift this year. Yes. Thank you.
Racism is a belief that groups of humans possess different behavioral traits corresponding to inherited attributes and can be divided based on the superiority of one race over another. It may also mean prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against other people because they are of a different race or ethnicity. Modern variants of racism are often based on social perceptions of biological differences between peoples. These views can take the form of social actions, practices, or beliefs of political systems in which different races are ranked as inherently superior or inferior to each other, based on presumed shared inheritable trait attributes and qualities. There have been attempts to legitimize racist beliefs through scientific means, such as scientific racism, which have been overwhelmingly shown to be unfounded. In terms of political systems like apartheid, the expression of prejudice or aversion in discriminatory practices or laws. Racist ideology may include associated social aspects such as nepotism, xenophobia, otherness, segregation, hierarchical ranking, and supremacism. While the concepts of race and ethnicity are considered to be separate in contemporary social science, the two terms have a long history of equivalence in popular usage and older social science literature. Ethnicity is often used in a sense close to one traditionally attributed to race. The division of human groups based on qualities assumed to be essential or innate to the group, e.g. shared ancestry and shared behavior. Racism and racial discrimination are often used to describe discrimination on an ethnic or cultural basis. Independent of whether these differences are described as racial, according to the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, no distinction between the terms racial and ethnic discrimination. It further concludes that superiority based on racial differentiation is scientifically false, morally condemnable, socially unjust, and dangerous. The convention also declared that there's no justification for racial discrimination anywhere, in theory or in practice. Racism is a relatively modern concept, arising in the European age of imperialism, the subsequent growth of capitalism, and especially the Atlantic slave trade, of which it was a major driving force. It was also a major force behind racial segregation in the United States in the 19th and early 20th centuries, and of apartheid in South Africa. 19th and 20th century racism in Western culture is particularly well documented and constitutes a reference point in studies and discourses about racism. Racism has played a role in genocide such as the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, the Rwandan genocide, and the genocide of Serbs in the independent state of Croatia, as well as colonial projects including the European colonization of the Americas, Asia, and the population transfer in the Soviet Union, which include deportations of indigenous minorities. Indigenous peoples have been and are often subject to racist attitudes.
Hello and welcome to Newspaper Review. Today I am Adebisi Elegunde. Today we'll be reviewing major headlines from some of the newspaper, and I'll be starting with the Vanguard newspaper. The first headline says, Bank deposits surge in 2023 to 64.26 trillion. You can find that on page 19 of the Vanguard newspaper. Patriotism will put Nigeria on right path, says Tinubu, on page 9 of the newspaper. World Igbo Congress urges Supreme Court to free Nnamdi Kanu unconditionally, on page 11 of the newspaper. How to reform Supreme Court, says Sanwo-Olu Alugba Olaonipekun, on page 10 of the newspaper. And only written here in Rivers State, Rivers crisis, Assembly factions flex muzzles. The writer says, G27 lawmakers fight back, say we won't succumb to harassment, intimidation. Pass bills into law, condemn demolition of assembly complex. Another writer says, Pro-Fubara House passes 2024 budget within 24 hours. Governor signs appropriation bill into law. Presenting budget to 4 lawmakers unconstitutional, says River APC. Crowns Wike Nigerian deal of politics. Attorney General Adango, 3 other commissioners resign. Save our democracy, end crisis in Rivers. ASAP begs Tinubu. Moving on, we have inflation. Exchange rates to drop in 2024, says CBN. That you find on page 8 of the Vanguard newspaper. Ekiti bloody robbery. We recover 3 vehicles, says police, on page 7 of the Vanguard newspaper. In Ondo State, crisis avoidable, says Ayedatua, on page 10 of the Vanguard newspaper. Inflation. Exchange rates to drop in 2024, says CBN, on page 8 of the newspaper. Aviation Minister sack all directors of NEMA, NCAA, NIMET, others, on page 8 of the newspaper. Oweri Lakemfa says, democracy cannot be introduced from abroad or from another country, and not by military force. You can read more of that story on page 17 of the newspaper. Now in sports, Pesero submits 33-man provisional squad list on page 31 of the newspaper. And we have other columnists, Donu on page 16, Adekoya on page 18, Azu on page 21, Harun I. Balogun on page 26. Moving forward, we'll be looking at the Daily Trust newspaper. And today on the Daily Trust newspaper, today 15th December 2023, the first headline says, Nigeria, other developing countries spent $443 billion on debt servicing, says World Bank. FIFA approves 30 Nigerian referees for 2024 competitions. You find that on page 39 of the newspaper. Fubara signs 2024 budget into law. 24 hours after presentation. You find that on page 13 of the newspaper. And boldly written on the Daily Trust newspaper we have, Kenyano sacks 33 aviation directors appointed by Sirica. And the writer says, move out not surprising. On the round table, officials removed while overseas. Minister advised to harmonize departments. You can find the story on page 4 of the newspaper. Now, the last headline on the Daily Trust newspaper today, 15th December 2023, says, Naira scarcity. POS agents hike charges by 100%. Now, moving on to the next newspaper, the This Day newspaper. And I'll start with the first headline. Tinubu says, having Akpabio Abbas at my side as NAS leaders enough to make me succeed. The writer says, assembly not an appendage of executive, says Senate President. You can read more of the story on page 5 of the newspaper. Fubara signs 800 billion naira budget into law. The story you can find on page 5 of the This Day newspaper. Federal government vows to award all assets to only companies with proven capacity in future bid rounds. The writer says era of delay of license extensions, ministerial consents over. Assures producers of enabling policies to attract investments, ramp up production. How Tinubu lobbied heads of states over Nigeria's OPEC quota raise. In presidency, $13.5 billion investment expected in energy sector in 12 months. Investor uncertainty persists 2 years after PIA passage, IPPG bemoans. You can find the story on page 5 of the This Day newspaper. And that is all we have for you today on the This Day newspaper. Moving forward, I'll continue with the Nation newspaper, and I'll begin with the first headline. Retirees get 1.63 trillion naira under contributory pension scheme. You can find the news on page 7 of the newspaper. I am for peace, Aiyedatiwa declares after resumption. The news on page 6 of the Nation newspaper. Ashayin gets staff of office as Seun's correlation begins on page 27. Infrastructure tops Kwara's 296.4 billion naira 2024 estimates on page 27 of the Nation newspaper. Moving on, Tinubu says we are working with lawmakers to fix economy on page 5 of the Nation newspaper. Slim allocation strengthens Edo, Ondo governorship polls. Others, says INEC. You can read more of the story on page 4 of the Nation newspaper. Directors of aviation agencies sacked on page 3 of the Nation newspaper. First Lady is NCW's grand patron on page 3 of the Nation newspaper. And boldly written here we have crisis. 6 commissioners resigned from Fubara's government. The writer says 27 lawmakers sit at Assembly Complex. Governor signs 800 billion naira budget passed by 4 lawmakers. You can find the story on page 5 of the newspaper. And lastly, on the Nation newspaper today, 15 December 2023, the last headline says, Alake. Local, international investors coming to us in droves. On page 7 of the Nation newspaper. Moving on, we'll be looking at the Punch newspaper, and I'll begin with the first headline. 6 Rivers commissioners resign Assembly factions hold parallel sittings. The writer says APC faults Rivers Court verdict, vows to petition NJC on page 18 of the Punch newspaper. Aviation agencies, 50 directors sacked, EFCC grills NCAA chiefs on page 29 of the Punch newspaper. Away from that, we have fuel price. And boldly written here says, reject World Bank 750 naira per litre proposal. NLC wants federal government. The writer says, Labour says fresh hike price will lead to anarchy. Federal government insists subsidy has been removed. And another writer says, Tinubu government fears unrest, subsidizing fuel secretly. Marketers allege. Project 1,000 naira per litre. You can find the story on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. Customs generate 70% revenue from Lagos, says Comptroller General on page 30 of the Punch newspaper. 32 state budget, 14 trillion naira for roads, health, others on page 29 of the Punch newspaper. Kidnappers return to Lagos, abduct 2, demand 500 million naira ransom. On pages 5, 4 and 5 of the Punch newspaper. And the last headline on the Punch newspaper says, National Assembly probes $496 million. Itakwe Iran or a judgment payment. On page 29 of the newspaper. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we look at the rest of the newspaper. Stay with us. Welcome back. This is Biscon Television Newspaper Review. And we are looking at the Guardian newspaper. The first headline says, Asubara signs budget. 5 commissioners resign. Pro-Wike lawmakers pass bills. You can find the story on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. Moving away from that, restoring the dignity and functions of the police. There's an editorial on page 12 of the Guardian newspaper. Jumia ends food delivery in Nigeria, other African countries, December 31. You can find that on page 2 of the Guardian newspaper. Tragedy as overhead water tank collapses, kills 9-day-old baby, mother in Ondo. You can find that on page 8 of the Guardian newspaper. So, Nigerians free to video photograph officers on duty, says police on page 2 of the Guardian newspaper. Federal government falls World Bank, insists fuel subsidy is gone. You can find the news on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. Anxiety in Southeast has Supreme Court rules on Nnamdi Kanu today. You can find the news on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. Cosmetic surgery. When search for perfect silhouettes leads to undesirable outcomes. You can find the story, a big story at that, on pages 4 and 5 of the Guardian newspaper. And that is the last headline for the Guardian newspaper today, 15th December 2023. Moving on, we'll be looking at the Nigerian Tribune newspaper, and I'll be starting with the first headline. It says, more shake-up in aviation as federal government sacks directors in agencies. You can find the story on page 23 of the Tribune newspaper. Rivers crisis. More commissioners resign. Fubara signs 800 billion naira appropriation bill into law. And the writer says, G17-6 adopts local government autonomy bill on page 28 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Moving away from that, we expect less revenue from oil exports in 2024. The writer says, blames illegal bunkering, divestment by IOCs, says inflation, exchange rates to decline on page 4 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Supreme Court decides Nnamdi Kanu's fate today on page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Last to probe $496 million payment to Indian firm on Itakpe Iran Ore concession on page 12 of the newspaper. Aiyedatiwa to Ondo people, let's build a shared future from a divided past on page 2 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Funding still major challenge in varsities, says Vice Chancellors on page 4 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Makinde cautions traditional rulers against giving permission for mining. The writer says Shawmu's coronation begins with 150 million naira empowerment on page 8 of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Lastly, on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper, the headline says Tinubu as Minister of Petroleum illegal, says Falano. Says President not screened by Senate on pages 4 and 29 of the newspaper. And lastly, for today, December 15, 2023, the last newspaper we'll be reviewing is the New Telegraph newspaper. And I'll begin with the first headline. Report says Nigeria received largest new financing from World Bank in 2022. You can find the story on page 8 of the newspaper. Still saying lack of data impending government decision in Nigeria. Moving away from that, we have funding concerns. Senate suspends Niger Delta's ministries budget defense. The writer says summons budget finance ministers on page 2 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Aiyedatiwa assumes office as acting governor. Says impeachment proceeding, crisis over Akeredolu's health, avoidable distractions. On page 26 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Skills, not varsity degrees alone, will determine job provisions, says Oloyede. Harps on imperative of learning, relearning, and unlearning on page 5 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Now in aviation, we have aviation shake-up. Federal government fires FAN, NCAA, NIMET, NAMA, NSIB directors on page 3 of the newspaper. Now to CBN. Inflation, exchange rates will decline in 2024 on page 2 of the newspaper. Still saying declares 18.804 billion naira trade balance in question 3. Projects less revenue from oil. Now to Rivers State. Rivers Attorney General, 4 other commissioners resign. Fubara signs 800 billion naira budget 24 hours after presentation on pages 4 and 5 of the New Telegraph newspaper. NASA probe $496 million payment to Indian firm on page 2 of the New Telegraph newspaper. COP28, federal government, UNDP, EU push for celebrated climate action plan through INF on page 5 of the newspaper. Don't die on the job, Lagos CJ tells judges. Retire if you're no longer in good health regardless of age on page 4 of the New Telegraph newspaper. Tinubu says, having NAS on my side enough for me to succeed. Says belief in one nation will put Nigeria on right path. Federal government, multinational firms to halt exiting, mitigate job loss on pages 3 and 26 of the New Telegraph newspaper. And lastly, on the New Telegraph newspaper today, 15 December 2023, the last headline says, eating meals early will lower cardiovascular risk. So you have to eat early. And that's it for today on Biscon Television newspaper review. Thank you for joining us. I am Adebisi. Good day.
Here is the breaking breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on Go TV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on Go TV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on Go TV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Happy birthday, God is in
onye go onwe gị nyere ije n'elu ụwa a ga-ewe rute ogo a ịgba afọ 47 na-arịọ gị Chineke iduo na-enwe ndụ ya niile n'elu ụwa ma duruo ya Chineke afọ n'afọ ire afọ n'afọ ruo mgbe gị onwe gị Chineke ogo nke gị onwe gị na akara nke kara ya ọpụta ihe onye nwe anyị onyere mgbe niile n'aha Jizọs.
Ndị Eji Osita, ndị Propaganda Foundation, ndị dị iche iche dịgboro akpụrụkwa anyị mụrụ invite from different places. Biko anyị ọja abịara olenu. N'usoro ya, the chairman of the local organizing committee of this event, aga m asị ka m bụrụ ọjị ndị kọmitii butere bido onye isi anyị ya wụ district senator Ostis na-asọ ka o were sọ na ndị anyị kpọrọ oku ya sụzeziele ndị anyị kpọrọ oku anyị ga-agawa n'ihu n'ihe anyị bịara ime ndewonu.
Odebere eburula ọchị bugara president biko were igwe eji ekwu okwu. Democracy please. Demo.
Onye isi anyị wụ Senator Ostis na-asọ ahụ n'ọjị onye kwule m the power and the authority to present this scholar lot to onye isi mmemme taa ya Senator Victor Ume onye nke esi Anambra Central bịa ọ nọnyere anyị biko onye isi oche ndị ọjị ndị
ndị be anyị mama n'ụlọ ekelela m mmadụ ncha agaghị ekwu okwu ugbu a ọ ịnabata ọjị a na ndị Kpakpando Foundation ji nabata anyị niile bịara ebe a. Ana m ka ewere ọjị a chọọ eze ga-awanye anụ eze Okiruru ka ibugara ọjị ka ọwa ka m were otu dịka onye isi oche ụbọchị nke taa. Mgbe m ga-ekwuzi okwu ntue ndị na-ebe a afọ ndị mma daalụ.
Biko ndị eze ọlụzon nọ nga ama m na ọ nụziri ezu biko ndị be na ha si achị ọ bụ ọhụ n'ọjị ndị eze ọlụzon ọ bụ ọhụ n'ọjị ndị eze Imo steeti ọ bụ ọhụ n'ọjị ndị eze Naijiria ọ bụ ọhụ n'ọjị ọrụ ma onwe ego ka a bụ iketa ya ọbasi dị n'elu eze ka eze ịnọ n'elu okwu na-eru gị n'ala ọchị obute ụzọ otu onye a na-asụ na-abịa eze ndị eze nna m gbadatara ụwa bịa banyere nwaanyị nwoke wụ Chief Osita Izina-Asọ distinguished senator.
Yes, sir.
Kewe ihe o bidoro 2005 adọ m nga ahụ eji ahụ amalitere 18 years ago ya wụ 18 gara aga na-eme ya kebụl ahụ onwedị afọ ọ na-adịghị eme ruo taa. Nna m nwoke eze ka ibe ya amasị m ga-adọnyere ya nọnyere ya n'ụtụtụ nọnyere ya n'ehihie nọnyere ya n'abalị. Ọ na-ajọ njọ n'ihe anyị niile ga-adọ n'azụ ọ na-ajọ n'azụ anyị